Chapter 518. Their voices were like rolling waves that soared into the sky. Wave after wave, they reverberated throughout Evil Mountain. The three captains smiled when they saw the remaining evil cultivators' wills begin to waver. This was truly effective. Who was the first to come up with this idea? You're a real talent. Nangong Mingliang chuckled as he glanced at Qiu Shanming and Guo Xiangyang. Qiu Shanming looked in Xiao Yang's direction and narrowed his eyes. Other than that brat, there's probably no one else. Ha! The three captains of the Hall of Penal Law looked at each other and laughed. Then they ordered, attack, kill. Those who surrender will be spared. Kill. The poisoned sect's disciples, who outnumbered the evil cultivators by several times, roared. Their voices were like thunder, resonant and majestic. Their killing intent was so intense that even the clouds in the night sky seemed to be affected. Large black clouds gathered and started to rain. The evil cultivators, whose wills were already weak to begin with, were once again frightened by the powerful killing intent and aura. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who surrender will be spared. After the evil cultivators recovered from their shock, the poisoned sect's disciples once again shouted, "Those who surrender will be spared." This was equivalent to giving them a sweet date after giving them a slap in the face. This combination of kindness and punishment was the easiest way to break the enemy's mental state. As expected, the remaining evil cultivators gave up resisting under the pressure of their slogans and auras. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The evil cultivators begged bitterly. Many of them even knelt on the ground. Some 6th-level martial ancestor realm managers and commanders couldn't help but be furious when they saw their subordinates cowering. Fear rose in their hearts. Bastard, get up. They're lying. Once we lose, we'll all be killed. Get up and resist. You still dare to kneel and beg for mercy? I'll let you get up, bastard. Go to hell. The commanders and managers tried to persuade the evil cultivators, but the evil cultivators were not moved at all. They were immediately enraged and killed several evil cultivators who had given up resisting. Because of the existence of these managers and the example of them killing evil cultivators, the remaining evil cultivators once again mustered up their courage and raised their Dharma treasures, barely forming a weak defensive circle. Looks like those bastards are not to be trifled with. They have some skills. Li Qinghe glanced at the commanders and muttered to himself. The situation just now was very clear. The evil cultivators were basically going to be defeated, but they were encouraged by the commanders again. I'll go kill a few of them. Butianlang narrowed his eyes and stared at the commanders of the evil cultivators as he slowly spoke. Everyone present knew that once those commanders were dealt with, the heretical cultivators would collapse on their own. They were all waiting for Xiao Yang's suggestion. Just as Xiao Yang was about to speak, the three captains from the Hall of Beheadings and Executions approached. Xiao Yang, Butianling, don't worry. We'll create an opportunity for you. That's right. Those commanders are terrifying 6th-level martial grandmasters. They won't be easy to deal with. Don't take the risk. We'll lead the main force to break through those directions and kill those commanders. Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and Guo Xiangyang said proudly. Regarding this, they were still quite confident. Xiao Yang said calmly, if we charge in like this, we'll definitely suffer heavy losses. Forget it, we'll be the vanguard. Yes, we'll be the vanguard. We're the vanguard. This is our duty. We'll have no regrets, even if we die. Bu Tianling, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, Fang Wuhan, Lu Quan, Gu Shanhe, Qin Jifu, and the others all stood up and promised with their chests out. The three captains jumped in fright. Frowning, they hurriedly advised, you can't do that. You're all elites of the poison sect. You have to stay. They knew very well that Xiao Yang and the others were all people with strong backgrounds. If they didn't have the support of the sect master, they had the support of the elders and the pavilion master. If they were hurt, the upper echelons of the sect would definitely kill them. Besides, Xiaoyang and the other vanguard members had made great contributions. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity, they'd only be looked down upon. Xiaoyang settled for the next best thing. Fine, be careful. We'll help you. Thus, the 3 captains of the Hall of Beheadings and Executions led large groups of disciples to attack. Behind them, Xiaoyang's group was the second wave to charge forward, with many poison sect disciples trailing behind them. Charge! Like a black flood, a large group of poison sect disciples surged forward. With their indomitable momentum, they instantly broke through a gap. Xiaoyang, Butianling, and the others erupted with all their strength. Any evil cultivator they encountered was sent flying and turned into a bloody mist. Block it, block it, block it with all your strength. Those at the back, come on, fill in the gaps. The commanders of the evil cultivators were both shocked and furious. Hysterical cries rang out one after another. The gap they'd worked so hard to create was slowly closing. The 3 captains, Xiaoyang, Butianling, and the rest of the poison sect disciples grew anxious. Every time they broke through the enemy's defenses, they'd had to pay with their lives. They really couldn't afford to pay such a huge price again. Phut! Xiaoyang cursed, then immediately used greater teleportation. Get out here! With a roar, the power of teleportation erupted from his body, instantly affecting the commanders who were protected by the defensive barrier. They were immediately teleported to where the captains of the Hall of Beheadings and Executions were. When Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and Guo Xiangyang saw this, their eyes lit up. They immediately unleashed their full cultivation, not holding anything back. Kill, they roared. Behind them, countless poison sect disciples began to charge and kill as well. As for the remaining evil cultivators, they instantly fell into a state of panic without a leader or manager. They watched as their companions fell one by one under the blades of the poison sect's disciples and couldn't help but kneel on the ground in terror, begging for mercy in a panic. I surrender! I surrender! And so, the curtains fell on the battle after the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The poison sect disciples had captured over 100 evil cultivators. To the 3 captains of the Hall of Beheadings, this was a great merit. Haha, we won, we won. The alliance of evil cultivators is destroyed. Awoo. The 3 captains of the Hall of Beheadings and Executions stirred up the rest of the poison sect disciples as well. They all began to dance and shout, venting their excitement. Chapter 519. Brother Xiaoyang, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, who knows how many poison sect disciples would have died. Qiu Shanming, Guo Xiangyang, and Nangong Mingliang came to Xiaoyang's side and openly praised Xiaoyang, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. It's all thanks to the efforts of so many brothers. I wouldn't dare claim the credit. Xiaoyang replied modestly. Then they cleaned up the battlefield and led the captives back in batches. The 3 captains of the Hall of Punishments led the poison sect disciples away first. Xiaoyang, Butianling, and the others weren't in a hurry to return. They unleashed their cultivations and arrived next to the poison sect master, the 3 elders, and the 10 pavilion lords. At this moment, the poison sect master was still in a deadlock with Scarlet Flame. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Scarlet Flame was at the end of his rope. Senior brother, it's over for me. Do it. Scarlet Flame slowly closed his eyes and calmly waited for death. Sect master, we can't let this person live. Sect master, this villain has harmed countless people. He must die. The 3 elders and the 10 pavilion lords all spoke up. Xiaoyang slowly walked out and said calmly, Master, I see that Scarlet Flame's cultivation method is the 9 Earth's Fiend art. He already has a demonic nature. If we can get rid of his demonic nature, he won't have any evil thoughts. This is similar to Pavilion Lord Buddha's purity, holiness, righteousness, kindness, truth, beauty, and purity. There's not a trace of evil. Pavilion Lord Buddha shuddered at these words and stared at Xiaoyang in shock. As the Pavilion Lord of the Buddha Pavilion, his attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were unquestionable. However, in the vast pavilion, those who could reach Xiaoyang's level could be counted on one hand. Pavilion Lord Buddha exclaimed, "Xiaoyang is so knowledgeable. It's amazing. If you join my pavilion, you might have a different future." He really cherished talent. Then he said to the poison sect master, "Sect master, the highest realm in my Buddha pavilion is pure and untainted. You can't make him any purer because he is already pure and untainted. You can't pollute him because he can't pollute him. That is true purity and purity. If Scarlet Flame is willing to join my Buddha pavilion, cultivate my Dharma, and cut off his demonic nature, it is not impossible." The poison sect master was also shaken. He glanced at Xiaoyang meaningfully. For so many years, only he and Qi Yan knew that Qi Yan cultivated the ninth earth's demonic art, so how did Xiaoyang find out? Regardless of this problem, the poison sect master was already very satisfied that Scarlet Flame wouldn't die. He said sternly, "Scarlet Flame, you heard it too. Enter my Buddhist pavilion and purge yourself of your demonic nature. Once you've purged yourself of your demonic nature, you can leave the poison sect." "No, no, no. I don't want to join your sect, much less your damned Buddha pavilion." Scarlet Flame seemed to be frightened, but he also seemed to have thought of something terrifying as he screamed again and again. He wasn't even afraid of death, but he was actually afraid of joining the poison sect's Buddha pavilion. How strange. In truth, he didn't want to owe the poison sect master anything. He'd rather die than accept the other's kindness. That's not up to you. You have to agree whether you want to or not. You don't have a choice. The poison sect master was decisive and calm as he spoke domineeringly. Then he struck Scarlet Flame's neck with his hand, knocking him unconscious. Then he tapped Scarlet Flame's body a few times. Every time he tapped, a speck of light would enter Scarlet Flame's body. Perhaps the 3 elders and the 10 pavilion masters couldn't see anything, but Xiaoyang was very clear. This was a combination of a sealing art and a tracking art. As long as Scarlet Flame didn't purge himself of his demonic nature, he wouldn't be able to use his cultivation. No matter where he ran to, the poison sect master would be able to find him at any time and capture him. All right, the curtains are drawn on the battle. We can return victorious. Pavilion Master F.O., I'll leave Scarlet Flame to you. Let's return to the sect. The poison sect master casually tossed Scarlet Flame to Pavilion Master F.O. Pavilion Master F.O. naturally didn't dare disobey. The other pavilion masters and elders didn't dare question him either. Now that the battle was over, the atmosphere was no longer as solemn. On the way back, the poison sect master praised Xiaoyang repeatedly. He was happy that Xiaoyang had broken through to 5th rank martial ancestor realm. The first elder also praised Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianchan. Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, and the others all received praise from their masters. Their vanguard team had made a great contribution this time, but their rewards would be decided after they returned to the sect. After leaving Evil Mountain, Xiaoyang slowly said, "Sect master, elders, and pavilion masters, I, Xiaoyang, promised them that once they completed the mission, they would be allowed to go home. Look, now that the mission has been completed, how about allowing us to go home?" Because this was a formal occasion and not a private matter, they had to be addressed formally. "Haha, good boy. All right, it's not a big deal, but remember to hurry back to the sect. Otherwise, the reward will be gone." These brats, the sect master, elders, and pavilion masters all laughed and agreed to their request. "Be careful on the road," the group of old men reminded their disciples. Got it, got it. Even the evil cultivator alliance was destroyed. There's still people worth worrying about. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianchan, and Chen Jifu didn't mind. They left in another direction. After walking for a while, they stopped to wait for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was parting ways with the poison sect master. Disciple, although I don't know your secret, and I don't want to know your secret, but since you know about the ninth heaven demon skill, and also know that Buddhism can remove the demonic nature, then when you return to the sect, can you help my junior brother Qi Yan? The poison sect master's words were imploring. After all, Qi Yan was his junior brother who grew up together with him. Their friendship had been established since a long time ago. It was just that later on, they went further and further apart. This was the reason why the poison sect master still didn't kill Qi Yan even though he had harmed so many people. In the end, he still recognized Qi Yan as his junior brother. Xiaoyang naturally had no reason to refuse. He promised, "Don't worry, master, I will do my best." "Good go. Your companions are waiting. Be careful." The poison sect master breathed a sigh of relief, a gratified expression on his face. "Take care, master." Xiaoyang cupped his fists and bowed. After retreating a few steps, he turned around and left. Then he used his movement skill and instantly caught up with Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others. When he arrived in front of everyone, he couldn't help but grin and say, "Senior and junior brothers, you have worked hard. Now that the mission is complete, let's go home. Is there anyone going the same way? Is there anyone who wants to invite me as a guest?" Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Me. Brother Xiaoyang, why don't you come to my house? Anyway, you will have to pass through my Tianlang city on your way back to Marshal Yang City. The one-armed Bu Tianlang hurriedly said with a sincere expression on his face. Chapter 520. What's so fun about Sky Wave City? Why don't you come to our Fang Lu City? Fang Zihan and Lu Quan also hurriedly sent out invitations. Let's go first. We'll talk as we walk. Xiaoyang walked to the front. They all walked up one by one, expressing their invitation to Xiaoyang. Then they slowly expanded the scope of their invitations. They were becoming more and more familiar with each other. Big brother Xiaoyang, Marshal Sun City, and Ancient City are neighboring cities. After you go back, why don't you come to my house as a guest? When everyone was almost done, Gu Qianshan quietly walked to Xiaoyang's side and invited him in a low voice. A girl inviting a man of the same age to her house. The meaning was self-evident. Hey, little girl, what are you thinking? My cousin will definitely come to my Lan family as a guest. My aunt is in the Lan family. Lan Jiaoye immediately became unhappy. If Xiaoyang was invited to Ancient City and became the son-in-law of the Gu family, then wouldn't she suffer a great loss? Thus, the two girls started to fight with each other again. Along the way, the scenery was endless. Sometimes they would blow on the water, sometimes they would look at the scenery, and sometimes they would taste the delicacies of various places. It could be considered a good trip. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, at dawn, everyone woke up from the inn. Bu Tianlong's expression was somewhat excited and expectant. He said, "Sky Wave City is in front. My Bu family is in the city. Why don't we go and have a seat? At least we're here. Why don't we go and have a look?" Xiaoyang suggested. Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, Gu Shanha, Qin Jifu, and the others all agreed. The group happily entered the city. Sky Wave City was no different from other cities. It was bustling, crowded, and orderly. There were many stalls on the streets, selling all kinds of goods. People came and went. It was lively and crowded. My Bu family's residence is in front. Although my Bu family is not a first-rate family, we still have some power in Sky Wave City. Don't look down on us, Bu Tianlang explained as he walked. Xiaoyang, Gu Qianshan, Li Qinghe, Fang Zihan, and the others only smiled and shook their heads. They comforted. A friend's home is our home. What's there to dislike? Do you still see us as brothers? Bu Tianlong's heart relaxed a lot, and he found these people more pleasing to the eye. At the gate of the mansion, the guard at the gate noticed Bu Tianlang at first glance. At first glance, he couldn't believe his eyes and thought that he was mistaken. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. Then he looked again and instantly widened his eyes. My God, I'm not mistaken. Isn't this young Master Bu Tianlang? Ah! The guard couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He was so happy and excited that he even forgot to greet them and directly shouted. From the excited expression on his face, it could be seen how much he was looking forward to it and how happy he was. He hurriedly ran down the steps and walked in front of Bu Tianlang. Shisho. Bu Tianlang hurriedly raised a finger and put it in front of his mouth, indicating that the guard should be quiet. He still wanted to give his family a surprise. The guard's heart was beating fast. His blood was flowing faster than usual. His pair of excited eyes stared at Bu Tianlang as if he was afraid that Bu Tianlang would run away in the blink of an eye. Why, young master, you're finally back. We've missed you so much. Oh, right, the madam and the clan head have missed you a lot. They often ask us if you're doing well at the poison sect and how you're doing now. The guard chattered to Bu Tianlang. Hearing this, Bu Tianlang couldn't help but sigh. His longing for his family exploded to the extreme. His family missed him, so did he. Come, let's go in. Bu Tianlang nodded to him and slowly said, Yes, young master. The guard replied. Then he noticed Xiaoyang and the others behind Bu Tianlang and carefully asked, Young master, these people? These people are my friends. Treat them as you would treat me. Do you understand? Bu Tianlang explained. Yes, young master. The guard became even more excited. Since they could come here with Bu Tianlang and wear the same clothes, they must have the same status as Bu Tianlang. People from the poison sect, like them, should be fawning on them, even if they asked for leave. Honored guests, this way, this way. The guard bowed and became even more humble and respectful. The group of people quickly entered the mansion. Immediately, a passing maid recognized Bu Tianlang and couldn't help but scream, Ah! The young master is back. Quick, go and tell the madam. Wait, don't worry. I'll tell them myself. Bu Tianlang really wanted to give his parents a surprise, so he stopped the two maids. The two maids naturally didn't dare to move. They stood still and looked at Bu Tianlang with joy. Then they covered their cherry lips with their slender hands, afraid that they would leak the news and ruin Bu Tianlang's plan. One of the maids whispered, Young master, you don't know. The madam missed you so much that she fell ill. You should go and see her. What? She fell ill? This caused Bu Tianlang to become a lot more serious, and his expression became a lot more worried. He nodded to them and strode to one of the rooms. There were maids waiting at the door. When they saw Bu Tianlang, they were also shocked and almost couldn't help but run to the madam to report. Quiet, I'll go in myself. Bu Tianlang whispered to them. The madam in the room seemed to have heard the noise outside. She immediately asked, Little Red, what happened? Why is it so noisy? Little Red wanted to excitedly explain that the young master was back. But when she saw Bu Tianlang's expression and eyes, she restrained herself. Bu Tianlang slowly walked in and sat on a stool beside the bed. The others carefully followed him in and stood not far away. Little Red, the beautiful woman lying on the bed called Little Red several times, but didn't get a response. She couldn't help but lift the curtain to see what was going on. When she lifted the curtain of the bed, she immediately saw Bu Tianlang. She couldn't help but be stunned. Then, about 2 seconds later, she immediately came back to her senses. She couldn't help but cry, my son, you're finally back. I'm not dreaming, am I? The beautiful woman cried sadly, but she was also very happy. The son she had missed day and night finally came back to see her. Mother, you're not dreaming. I really came back to see you. Bu Tianlang comforted the beautiful woman. Well, good son. The beautiful woman hugged Bu Tianlang in pain as tears streamed down her face. The maids couldn't help but shed tears as well. Chapter 5:21. Why didn't you let me know when you came back? I could have gone to pick you up and prepare some good food for you." The woman complained with joy and excitement. Her beautiful eyes swept around, and she immediately noticed Xiaoyang and the others. After sniffling, she hurriedly controlled her emotions and collected her thoughts, putting on a dignified and elegant appearance. "Boo, are these your friends?" The beautiful woman wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as she asked. Bu Tianlang explained with a smile, "Yes, they are all my friends. They are all from the same sect. They came here specially to be guests." "Oh, good, good, good. You are all good children. Stay here tonight. I will arrange rooms for you." The woman spoke to Xiaoyang, Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others. Then she turned to Bu Tianlang and said, "Child, stay with them first. I will have someone prepare some food to welcome you." The woman then looked at Xiaoyang's group and said, "You can be considered half my children. Just treat this place as your own home." Then she didn't allow Xiaoyang's group to refuse. She called the maids and ordered them to prepare some food. This series of actions made Xiaoyang and the others feel touched, but also somewhat helpless. After the servant girl acknowledged and left, she let out a sigh of relief. She subconsciously grabbed Bu Tianlang's hand, but it was empty. Her expression changed drastically. She tried to grab it again, but it was just an empty sleeve. "Ah, Bu, where is your arm?" This unexpected appearance almost scared the woman to death. Her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but sit up. Tears began to fall again as she hugged Bu Tianlang and cried, "My son, why is your life so hard? Tell me, how did you lose your arm? Joining the poison sect is so dangerous. Why don't you just stay at home? You won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. You can also accompany me." The woman was worried to death. Her heart ached for her son. "Mother, this has nothing to do with the poison sect. Don't worry, I have grown up. Don't worry about me." Bu Tianlang hurriedly comforted him. His arm had been severed in one of the poison sect's 10 great secret realms, Poison Insect Valley. Of course, he would never tell anyone about this. Xiaoyang slowly said, "Madam, Brother Bu's arm can be regrown. I have a cultivation technique here. As long as Brother Bu calmly cultivates it, he will definitely regrow a new arm in less than 2 days." This technique was called the arm regrowth technique. He remembered that he had taught it to someone in Chaos City. If he cultivated it to the peak, he would be able to form tens of thousands of arms for his own use. The beautiful woman felt as if she was listening to a heavenly book. Her face was filled with disbelief. This was simply the work of an immortal. Bu Tianlang was also astonished. He looked at Xiaoyang in astonishment and wondered if Xiaoyang really had such a magical technique. It couldn't be just to comfort her, right? If it gave her hope and then extinguished it, it would only make her suffer even more. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't seem to be faking it, Bu Tianlang sighed in relief. He also felt a little excited and expectant. If he could regrow his arm and become a complete person, that would be the best thing. "What kind of technique is that?" the beautiful woman asked in astonishment. Then she turned to Bu Tianlang and said, "No matter what technique it is, Bu, you have to cultivate it well. Otherwise, if your father sees it, you will be heartbroken." Yes. This child will cultivate diligently," Bu Tianlang promised. After talking for a while, the beautiful woman's expression gradually became tired. This kind of exhaustion wasn't ordinary. It was as if she had been poisoned. She was drowsy and couldn't control her heavy eyelids. She said to Bu Tianlang, "Bu, thank your friend well. I am very sleepy. I will accompany you when I wake up." After saying that, she fainted. "Mother, mother!" Bu Tianlang called out softly, but didn't wake her up. He didn't continue. He was a little surprised by the beautiful woman's condition, but he didn't think too much about it. He thought that maybe she was really tired. Even Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing, Qin Jifu, Fong Zihan, Luquan, and Lan Jiaya didn't think too much about it. They thought that this was normal. Only Xiaoyang was an exception. As someone who cultivated the heaven-devouring poison art, he was very sensitive to poisons. He could easily tell that the beautiful woman was poisoned, but he didn't know who did it. He frowned and didn't say much. Brother Xiaoyang, Brother Fong, let me take you to the living room. Everyone is tired from the journey. Let's eat and drink first. We can talk about other things later. Also, it's rare for you to come to my house. Tonight, you have to be my guest. Otherwise, I will be angry. Bu Tianlang invited them with great hospitality. Of course, they wouldn't refuse. If they just ate and ran away, it would be disrespectful. They weren't unreasonable people, so they gave him face. In the living room, there were more than 20 kinds of dishes on the table. There was also enough wine. When the maid saw Bu Tianlang, she hurried to greet him and said, "Young master, everything is ready. You can eat now." Bu Tianlang nodded and asked Xiaoyang and the others to sit down. The maid stood and poured wine for them. The meal lasted for half an hour. They began to sit on the chairs by the tea table to drink tea and eat fruits. The maid cleaned up the leftovers and cleaned the table. After all the servants had left, Xiaoyang took the initiative to speak. "The technique I'm talking about is real. It's called the amputated arm regrowth technique. Once you cultivate it to its peak, you'll know how terrifying this technique is." As he said that, he took out a jade slip and recorded the cultivation method. After he finished recording, he circulated his cultivation and gave the jade slip to Bu Tianlang. He continued to explain, "I taught this cultivation method to another person. He's from the same city as Shanha, Shanqing, and Qianqian. They can be witnesses. Study it well. With your talent and your current cultivation, you will be able to reconstruct your arm in 2 days. It will be a brand new arm." Gu Shanha put down his teacup and said, "Brother Xiaoyang never deceives people. It's true." Gu Shanqing and Gu Qianqian nodded. They all knew about it because it happened in Chaos City. Bu Tianlang was a little scared. He hurriedly said, "You think too much." "Brother Xiaoyang, of course I trust you. I also trust you. I just can't believe that there is such a miraculous cultivation method in this world. It's incredible. Although there were other methods to reattach an arm or change it, there would be flaws. It would affect one's cultivation and future breakthroughs." Chapter 5:22. However, the arm regrowth technique that Xiaoyang gave was simply tailor-made for people with broken arms. There were no side effects at all. That was why this technique was even more important. "If that's the case, thank you, Brother Xiaoyang." Bu Tianlang took the jade slip and stood up. He cupped his fists and bowed to Xiaoyang gratefully. Xiaoyang nodded and said slowly, "Also, I have something to tell you." At this point, he paused and scanned his surroundings. Bu Tianlang immediately sensed Xiaoyang's thoughts. He immediately ordered the maids beside him, "All of you can leave now." "Yes, young master." The maids left. "May I know what Brother Xiaoyang is talking about?" Bu Tianlang asked in confusion. Similarly, Gu Shanqing, Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, Lan Jiaya, and the others also looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang frowned and said worriedly, "Your mother is poisoned. It's a slow-acting poison. She won't be in danger for now. I just don't know who poisoned her." "What?" Clang. Bu Tianlang stood up immediately. He couldn't control the strength in his hand and crushed the teacup in his hand. His breathing became rapid and his face was distorted. His eyes were full of anger. No wonder he was surprised when he saw the beautiful woman sleepy. She was poisoned. This was unforgivable. No matter who poisoned her, he would teach that person a lesson. "Brother Bu, don't be like this. We are the only ones who know about this. We will find out sooner or later. Besides, with Brother Xiaoyang here, it shouldn't be a problem to cure her." Gu Qianqian comforted him. Lan Jiaya also comforted him, hoping that he would calm down. As for Li Qinghe, Gu Shanha, Fong Zihan, and Luquan, They were all silent and frowning. But no matter what, they had to be involved. "Brother Xiaoyang, can you really cure my mother's poison?" Bu Tianlang asked worriedly. His eyes were full of expectation and hope. Xiaoyang gave him an affirmative look and said calmly, "Of course, there's no problem." "Then I, Bu Tianlang, beg Brother Xiaoyang to save my mother." Bu Tianlang directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang waved his hand and released his cultivation to help the other party up. He explained, "This is what I should do." Everyone chatted for a while, but the atmosphere was a little awkward. With such a big matter before them, they really didn't have the mood to chat. Xiaoyang looked at the time and slowly said, "It's already nighttime. You guys should all go and rest. I'll give Brother Bu some pointers in his cultivation." Everyone dispersed and headed to their rooms to rest. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang. This way, please." Bu Tianlang invited Xiaoyang to the secret chamber. When they arrived at the secret chamber, Bu Tianlang explained, "This secret chamber is very secluded and there are even traps. It is the best place to meditate and cultivate. Then, I will have to trouble Brother Xiaoyang to help me." Xiaoyang nodded and sat down cross-legged. After clearing his mind, Bu Tianlang began to meditate on the amputated arm regrowth technique. Xiaoyang closed his eyes and began to recall the memories of his previous life. It was mainly about the comprehension of the amputated arm regrowth technique and various experiences. Then he memorized them one by one so that when Bu Tianlang encountered a problem, he could help to solve it. In this way, after asking and answering questions and then meditating for a long time, in less than half a night, Bu Tianlang suddenly became enlightened and began to meditate. In this life, Xiaoyang didn't practice the amputated arm regrowth technique. But after the guidance and experience, as well as his own comprehension, he felt that his understanding of the amputated arm regrowth technique had deepened. Then he also immersed himself in cultivation. He mainly practiced the heaven-devouring poison skill and the art of great teleportation. One night passed in the blink of an eye. Dawn. Xiaoyang had already awoken from his cultivation state. He glanced at Bu Tianlang and saw that Bu Tianlang was covered in light. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was sweating profusely. He clenched his teeth as if he was enduring some kind of pain. Xiaoyang could tell at a glance that Bu Tianlang was condensing an arm and beginning to regrow it, visible to the naked eye. As Bu Tianlang operated his cultivation, a brand new arm began to grow from his shoulder. Then it was the joints, elbows, and slowly spread to the wrist, palm, and fingers. This series of process only took 10 breaths of time. Although 10 breaths of time was very fast, the person who suffered the pain felt like 10,000 years of suffering. Every day felt like a year, and the pain made him want to die. If it wasn't for his tenacity and strong will, he wouldn't be able to succeed. Fortunately, Xiaoyang didn't misjudge Bu Tianlang. He really could do it. Bu Tianlang's arm had been regenerated, and it was no different from the previous arm. "Congratulations, Brother Bu. Your arm has been regenerated. Now, your parents can rest assured." Xiaoyang congratulated him. After Bu Tianlang endured the pain, his arm had been regenerated. He was overjoyed and excited. His face was full of smiles. He shook his newly regenerated arm and deliberately observed it. It was no different from the previous arm. He excitedly stood up again and knelt down in front of Xiaoyang. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang. I will never forget your kindness." Xiaoyang blinked and nodded at him, saying, "Let's go and greet your mother." "Yes, Brother Xiaoyang, come with me." Xiaoyang didn't refuse Bu Tianlang's invitation. The two came to the beautiful woman's room again. After sleeping for such a long time, the beautiful woman had already woken up. Seeing that it was Bu Tianlang, she was even happier. "Bu, are you here?" She greeted Bu Tianlang. "I'm here to greet Mother." Bu Tianlang bowed. Xiaoyang naturally followed suit. Good children. Come, let Mother have a look." The beautiful woman smiled even more, and her complexion became better. Bu Tianlang walked to the bed and accompanied the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman quickly noticed Bu Tianlang's new arm and couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Ah, Bu-er, your arm!" Her face was full of surprise and excitement. Bu Tianlang smiled and explained, "This is all thanks to Brother Xiaoyang. Mother, don't worry." The beautiful woman looked at Xiaoyang with gratitude in her beautiful eyes. She nodded and said, "Child, what's your name? If you don't mind, you can call me Godmother from now on. Half of the Bu family's wealth will be yours." Xiaoyang smiled awkwardly and touched his head in embarrassment. To be honest, he instinctively refused, but he was afraid that she would think he didn't know what was good for him. So he said shyly, "I'm on a blind date with Brother Bu, so you're naturally half my mother. My name is Xiaoyang." Chapter 5:23. This made the woman very happy. She subconsciously assumed the role of a godmother and smiled kindly. "Hello, good boy." After a while, Bu Tianlang asked, "Mother, where did father go? Why is he not here?" Hearing this, the woman's expression changed for a bit before quickly calming down. Bu Tianlang and Xiaoyang were both cultivators, so they could clearly see the change in her expression. However, since she didn't want to tell them, they couldn't force her. "Ah, your father went out. I think he'll be back after finishing his mission." Bu, you go play with Shower first. Mother is a bit tired." The woman urged them to leave. In fact, she was afraid that they would know what she was thinking. After Bu Tianlang and Xiaoyang left, the woman cried on the bed for a while and murmured, "My child's father, sigh." Only she knew that she was poisoned. Clan Master Bu knew who poisoned her and went to find his enemy. However, he still hadn't returned. This was truly worrying. However, she didn't dare to tell Bu Tianlang about this. She was also worried that he wouldn't come back after leaving. After leaving the room, Bu Tianlang and Xiaoyang glanced at each other. They both knew that the woman was hiding her worries, but they didn't expose her. They believed that since she didn't explain herself, she must have her own difficulties. From the looks of it, it all depended on them. "Brother Xiaoyang, I'm sorry for troubling you so many times. How about you don't get involved in this matter, and I'll deal with it myself?" Bu Tianlang embarrassedly said. Originally, he had invited them over to let them enjoy themselves, but in the end, they had disturbed Xiaoyang time and time again. He also felt very embarrassed. "Brother Bu, this is half my home. Don't be so polite. You're not afraid that I'll compete with you for the family property, right?" Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at Bu Tianlang. This was a half-truth. Xiaoyang's current power and wealth were not small. He naturally didn't care about the Bu family's property. He was just trying to find an excuse that the other party couldn't refuse. Sure enough, Bu Tianlang could not take the provocation and hurriedly said, "Brother Xiaoyang, what are you talking about? If you like them, you can take them all. I will gladly give them to you." He didn't want Xiaoyang to misunderstand. Moreover, he wasn't someone who could be underestimated. In addition, Xiaoyang had helped him many times, and he had engraved it in his heart. "All right, go ask your family's secret guards or your confidants, or your father's subordinates, or the local tyrant. In short, you have to work hard in all aspects to find out where your father went." Xiaoyang suggested. Bu Tianlang thought it made sense. He immediately took out a few jade slips, recorded some information, and sent them out. He contacted all the people he could contact. He had grown up in Skywave City in the past, so he naturally had a lot of friends there. In addition to his outstanding aptitude and talent, he had been chosen by the Poison Sect. An outstanding talent like him would be chosen by the other clans, so contacting him was a simple matter. In less than half a cup of tea's time, a jade slip flew back. Bu Tianlang's eyes lit up. He reached out to take the jade slip and read the information on it. He slowly said, "My father went to the Gongsun family and hasn't returned yet. The Gongsun family is a powerful family. Brother Xiaoyang, I'll go alone. If I can't come back, at least my mother will have someone to take care of her." "All right, don't be so sentimental. Go call Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianqian, Gu Shanha, Fang Zihan, and the others. Let's visit the Gong Sun family together. Xiao Yang waved his hand, interrupting the other party's next words. He directly gave the order. When the vanguard was established, Xiao Yang was the leader. Now that he directly gave the order, the other party wouldn't have any objections. Bu Tianlang hesitated. He didn't know if he should call Gu Shanha and the others over. While he was hesitating, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianqian, Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing, Li Qinghe, and Fang Zihan jumped out one after another. They shouted at Xiao Yang, "Yes, sir!" Therefore, the group walked out of the Bu family's residence. They asked a passerby for the direction of the Gongsun family, and directly went to the Gongsun family's residence. Bu Tianlang was walking at the back because he wasn't a greedy person who would casually ask for help. He was also not a person who would casually owe others a favor. He had always wanted to deal with this matter by himself. But now, it seemed that his companions didn't need to listen to his advice. They didn't need to care about his opinion. At the gate of the Gongsun family's residence, there were 2 big lions on both sides of the gate, each guarded by 3 guards. There were a total of 6 people. When Xiao Yang and the others stood there, someone immediately shouted angrily, "Where did you come from? What are you doing here? Don't you know where you are? Get out of here, or you'll get it." There were passers-by further away. Those passers-by kindly reminded him, "That's right, young man. You can mess with anyone, but don't mess with the Gongsun family. No one in the Gongsun family is good. God knows how many people they've killed in secret. Even their servants are malicious. You're still talking about it. My poor daughter was killed as soon as she entered the Gongsun family. I wanted to seek justice, but I was almost killed. I could only watch from afar." The passers-by were talking about it. They all had a bad impression of the Gongsun family as a big family. Bu Tianlang was the last to walk up. He was about to walk up the stone steps and enter the Gongsun family's residence. However, when he walked up the stone steps, he was stopped by a guard. His guard sneered and said disdainfully, "Yo, aren't you the only son of the Bu family? What, are you here to die? I don't remember the Gongsun family inviting you here." Xiao Yang curled his lips and shrugged his shoulders. He took 2 steps forward and lifted his arm, throwing the guard away. He said calmly, "Even your family head has to cooperate with the poison sect's disciples. Who do you think you are?" This was the pride of the poison sect's disciples. Acting on behalf of the poison sect meant that they had a higher status. The other 5 guards were a little apprehensive. The poison sect wasn't to be trifled with. But when they recalled the Gongsun family's wealth, they immediately calmed down and shouted, "Who's there? How dare you pretend to be a poison sect disciple in this day and age? Aren't you courting death? Brothers, go, chase them away." After the 5 guards gathered their courage, they roared angrily and immediately charged towards Xiao Yang and the others. They were just ordinary guards, so how could they be a match for Xiao Yang's group? Before they could attack, Gu Shanqing and Gu Shanha released a shockwave that sent them flying dozens of meters. Chapter 5:24. They fell to the ground and didn't get up again. Xiao Yang and the others entered the Gongsun family smoothly. "Let's split up and find him. Brother Bu, draw your father's portrait," Xiao Yang suggested. They all obeyed Xiao Yang's command. They seemed to be used to it. At this point, Bu Tianlang naturally didn't persist in his thoughts. He nodded and immediately took out a jade slip, drawing his father's portrait according to his memory. Then, everyone released their divine sense to look at the portrait in the jade slip. After memorizing the figure, they spread out, each one in a direction, quickly looking for the person. In the central hall of the Gongsun family, there were 5 people here. One of them was standing in the middle. He was wearing the Bu family's uniform. The symbol on his chest was different. It was a white cloud. The other 4 were standing in 4 directions. They were all members of the Gongsun family. The symbol on their uniforms was different from the Bu family's. It was a white crane. It could be seen from their positions that they were enemies. On one hand, they were attacking, and on the other hand, they were defending. They had been fighting here for a day and a night. Although they had been fighting for a long time, they were only at the 3rd or 4th level of the martial Grandmaster realm. Bu Tianyin, who was at the 4th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, was obviously at a disadvantage. Among the Gongsun family, there were 3 3rd level martial Grandmasters and 1 4th level martial Grandmaster realm. The Gongsun family had an absolute advantage in terms of manpower and geography. Bu Tianyin, why don't you surrender? Let's see how much cultivation you have left. You are no match for us. The Gongsun family head sneered and said arrogantly. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. His eyes were almost looking at the sky. In his territory, he had an advantageous position in all aspects. It was easy to take down Bu Tianyin, who came to die. Bu Tianyin was not afraid at all. Although his face was pale, he was still determined. He glanced at the Gongsun family head disdainfully and shouted, "Gongsun family head, how dare you poison my wife? I'm here to take your life." Yes, he knew it was the Gongsun family who poisoned his wife. The day before yesterday, he came here to ask for the antidote. Unfortunately, the other party didn't admit it at all. In desperation, Bu Tianyin had to make a move against them. So the battle continued until now. Both sides had already lost all pretense of cordiality, so there was nothing much to talk about. On top of that, both sides had business dealings with one another. Once one of them got rid of the other, they would be able to easily swallow the other's assets and manpower. Thus, the Gongsun clan had long harbored such thoughts. Humph, Bu Tianyin, let's see how long you can be so arrogant. To tell you the truth, if your wife doesn't get the antidote, she will die within 3 days. Of course, these words were meant to frighten Bu Tianyin. In fact, the poison was only slow-acting. It was not life-threatening at the moment. How dare you, old thief Gongsun? You were denying it earlier, but now you're revealing your true intentions. What? Aren't you going to continue hiding and deceiving me? Or is it that you can't hide it anymore? Bu Tianyin roared. He was extremely angry. On one hand, the Gongsun clan was simply too despicable. On the other hand, he was worried about his wife. It had been 2 days already, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to see his wife for the last time. Although he knew that his wife had been poisoned, he didn't know what kind of poison it was. Bu Tianyin, no matter how you roar, it's useless. There's only one path in front of you now. You can only surrender and hand over all your assets and resources. Then we'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death. Gongsun clan's clan leader said domineeringly. After fighting for so long, he knew that he couldn't easily take down Bu Jingyin with brute force. So he changed his strategy and used his wife to threaten Bu Jingyin. Let's see if Bu Jingyin could still be stubborn. Bu Tianyin staggered a little. The clan leader was using his wife's life to threaten him. It was really difficult for him. Old man, give me the antidote first. Bu Tianyin wasn't stupid. How could he trust them so easily? If they could do something as despicable as poisoning someone, wouldn't it be normal for them to go back on their word? You want the antidote? Sure. Destroy your own cultivation first. Otherwise, you have no right to negotiate. Let me tell you, your wife's life is in our hands. It's up to you whether you want to save her or not. Otherwise, if your wife dies because of the poison, it'll be entirely your fault. Clan leader Gongsun said loudly. He intended to threaten Bu Tianyin in terms of emotions and morals. Bu Tianyin was inconsolable. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such shameless people. These bastards! He was cursing them in his heart. Their initial goal was the Bu family's assets and resources. Then they poisoned Bu Tianyin to lure him here. Now that they found that they couldn't take down Bu Tianyin by force, they began to use his wife as a threat. It wasn't hard to imagine that once Bu Tianyin really fell into their trap and destroyed his cultivation, what awaited him would be an endless hell. For despicable people who didn't keep their promises, what wouldn't they do for profit? Butianyun's breathing became a lot faster. He narrowed his eyes, and all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Clan leader Gong's son, I may be stupid, but I'm not stupid. Cut the crap. Come at me if you have the guts. Butianyun roared. He didn't care so much anymore. He stomped on the ground. The ground rumbled and shook a few times. Not far away, the houses collapsed one after another. For a moment, smoke and dust filled the air. All kinds of frightened voices were heard. This was the Gongsun family's home ground. Everything seemed to be in their favor. However, this was also a battlefield. If they didn't have any scruples, all the buildings and people of the Gongsun family would be affected. Since the other side didn't want to hand over the antidote, and since they wanted to swallow the Bu family's assets, there was no need to negotiate. At most, he would die. How dare you? Butianyan, are you crazy? Clan leader Gong's son released his divine sense. He saw the collapsed houses, pavilions, rockery, and many people of the Gongsun family. He was furious and couldn't help but roar at the other side. Crazy? Clan leader Gong's son, aren't you the one who forced me to do this? Isn't this what you want to see? Haha, then I'll show you how crazy I am. Butianyan didn't care anymore. He unleashed all his power of a 4th-level martial great master, forcing the 3/3 level martial great masters to retreat step by step. Only when the master of the Gongsun family got on his horse did they stop retreating. However, even clan leader Gongsun could only fight to a draw with Butianyan. He couldn't take down Butianyan at all. This made him extremely angry. Chapter 5:25. Butianyan, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Gongsun family head roared in grief and anger. He glanced at the 3 family members and ordered, Go! Activate the family's formation and kill Butianyan. The 3 family members hesitated for a while and then said in unison, yes. They hesitated because activating the family's formation would cost them a lot. Using it to deal with Butianyan was not worth the cost. However, there was no better way to deal with Butianyan, so this was the only way. Butianyan wanted to rush up and kill the 3 family members, but Gongsun family head was holding him back, so he could only anxiously attack. In Tianling City, almost every family had their own family's formation. The difference was the strength of the formation. Gongsun family was not much weaker than Bu family. Once they activated their family's formation, Butianyan was not sure if he could survive. Bastard. He cursed and unleashed all kinds of destructive martial skills. Rays of light swept across the area. Some were sword lights, some were mountains, some were floods. There were more than 10 kinds. Every time a martial skill was used, the whole Gongsun family would shake. Many of them even collapsed. Many people of Gongsun family were screaming in fear. However, even though Butianyan had used so many terrifying martial skills, the central hall they were in was still safe and sound. It did not even budge. Clearly, the central hall had been specially modified with special materials. Moreover, the central hall had to be protected by a formation. Otherwise, the hall would have been destroyed after such an intense battle. Formation activated. Formation activated. Repeated shouts could be heard one after another. Those shouts belonged to the 3 Gongsun family, people who just left. When Gongsun family had heard the 3 repeated voices, he became very excited. His eyes were filled with crazy battle intent. He stared at Butianyan and sneered. Butianyan, you asked for it. Just wait for your death. Formation activated. As he shouted for the 4th time, the central great hall buzzed, and beams of light shot up into the sky. In an instant, the light completely enveloped the entire central great hall. At this moment, the people of the Gongsun family quickly retreated, leaving Butianyan alone. Butianyan originally wanted to chase after them, but a 5th-level martial grandmaster light figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. The moment the light figure appeared, It immediately launched a destructive attack on him. He was forced to stop and fight back. However, the difference between a 4th-level martial arts great master and a 5th-level martial arts great master was an entire level. He was no match for the martial arts great master. After exchanging 3 blows had landed on his body and sent him flying with serious injuries. This figure of light was the person formed by the formation, and the name of the formation was the Light Formation. Regardless of whether it was attacking an enemy or defending, a figure of light would be condensed through the formation to perform defensive or offensive actions. Outside the formation, the Gongsun family leader and the other 3 Gongsun family members were not affected by the Light Formation. They were the operators of the Light Formation. From the outside, one could clearly see what was happening inside. At this moment, Bu Tianyin was bombarded by the Light Man until he did not look like a human anymore. Even though Bu Tianyin was fierce in front of the 4 of them and did not fall into a disadvantageous position, when faced with a 5th-level martial arts great master, he could only be defeated. Family leader, at this rate, Bu Tianyin will definitely be killed by the Light Man. That's right, family leader. Once we kill Bu Jingyin, all of the Bu family's properties will be ours. The most important thing is his wife. I think his wife is quite pretty. How about you give him to me after this matter is over? The 3 Gongsun family members, who were not weak, were discussing the distribution of the spoils of victory. Not only did the Gongsun family leader not feel disgusted, he could not help but laugh. In their eyes, the matter before them was already settled. Good. After this matter is over, you can naturally choose. But don't be careless. As far as I know, another member of the Bu family has joined the poison sect. Once the poison sect's disciple comes, we have to be careful. The Gongsun family leader spoke slowly. He was still quite wary of the poison sect, which was above the 10 cities. Don't worry, family leader. Once the matter is settled, what's the point of him coming back? He'll still have to face reality, won't he? That's right. We can still use the Light Formation to deal with him. The Light Formation's power was so shocking that even they felt their hearts skip a beat. Pftwa. Within the Light Formation, Bu Tianyin was struck by the Light Man one after another. He spat out mouthfuls of blood as his face paled. His body weakened, and his cultivation was almost gone. Under the attacks of the Light Man, he wouldn't last more than half a cup of tea. Let's go. There's only half a cup of tea left before Bu Tianyin dies, without a doubt. The Gongsun family leader made a solemn vow as he led his 3 trusted clansmen out of the central hall. When they walked out, they immediately saw many strangers. They were Xiaoyang, Bu Tianling, Qin Jifu, Li Qinghe, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, and the others. As the Gongsun family leader, he had no idea that these people had appeared, so he was a little apprehensive. Who are you people? How dare you break into the Gongsun family? Do you want to die? The Gongsun family leader roared when he saw them. His face was full of hostility. The 3 Gongsun family members behind him also puffed out their chests and released their cultivation. Ferocious qi filled the air. Tianling, hurry up and enter the central hall to break the Light Formation. You guys go in and help him. Leave these 4 people to me. Xiaoyang gave the order without hesitation. His mind sense could reach tens of thousands of feet away. With his knowledge and insight, he immediately figured out the general situation. Yes, thank you, Brother Xiaoyang. I'll have to trouble you all to come with me. Bu Tianlang glanced at the collapsed buildings around. He knew the situation was urgent, so he rushed into the central hall. He was also worried about his father's safety. How dare you! The Gongsun family leader couldn't help but roar when he saw what they were doing. He was furious and wanted to stop them. However, the next moment, a light figure appeared in front of him. It was Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang looked at him with a half-smile and said disdainfully, "What's the hurry? If you're itching to fight, we can have a fight. You're courting death." The Gongsun family leader roared at Xiaoyang furiously. He instantly performed a fierce palm strike to kill Xiaoyang. It took him a lot of effort to poison Bu Tianyun's wife. Chapter 5:26. It was not easy to lure Bu Tianyun up, and it was even more difficult to trap him. In order to achieve this goal, they had sacrificed so much that they had even activated the formation of their family. Generally speaking, the clan's formation was used to deal with a large-scale war, or to deal with the extermination of the clan. The amount of resources consumed was innumerable. Now, in order to deal with Bu Tianyun, they did not hesitate to use the clan's formation. If it was destroyed, then all their previous efforts would have been in vain. They could not allow that to happen. You three, go and stop them. The formation cannot be destroyed. While attacking Xiaoyang, Gongsun family head shouted to the three Gongsun family people beside him anxiously. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they failed, the loss would be great. Yes, the 3 third-level martial grandmaster realm Gongsun family people answered and hurriedly left the battle. They rushed to the central hall to stop Bu Tianlang and the others. You guys stay here too. What are you in such a hurry for? Xiaoyang glanced at them. When he saw that they were about to leave, he couldn't help but smile. He used the greater teleportation technique and instantly teleported them from hundreds of feet away to where he was. Ah! When the 3 Gongsun family people were teleported back to where they were before, they were shocked. What kind of strange magic was that? It was so strange that they were a bit flustered. Looking at Xiaoyang, they felt that this young man was unfathomable. What are you waiting for? Let's work together to kill him, and then we will deal with them together. Gongsun family head shouted with a gloomy and cold face. He performed a sword art at once and attacked Xiaoyang. On his left and right, the 3 Gongsun family people also performed their trump cards, wanting to kill Xiaoyang as soon as possible. They knew that the consequences were serious, and they could not hide it anymore. They roared one after another as their cultivation bases revolved rapidly in a violent and domineering manner. In their opinion, Xiaoyang was just a young man. Even if he had some cultivation, how powerful could he be? They believed that if they joined forces, they would definitely be able to deal with Xiaoyang. Several sharp martial skills slashed toward Xiaoyang. Looking at it with the naked eye, it was like streaks of light washing past. In fact, every ray of light contained supreme killing intent and contained supreme profoundness. That was the essence of their martial skills. You still want to deal with me? Xiaoyang stood where he was and glanced at them disdainfully. His eyes were full of contempt. To be honest, from the moment he entered this place, he had never put the other party in his eyes. Who was the other party? How could the other party be his opponent? Not to mention that he had several powerful battle companions by his side. Xiaoyang did not even take out the Azure Wolf Sword or the Heaven and Earth Mirror. He just stood there without moving. Seeing that those attacks were about to hit him, he just chuckled. Then he instantly unleashed the terrifying power of a 5th-level martial grandmaster. The shocking aura and pressure alone scared the Gongsun family head and the others, and they all retreated frantically. Immediately after, they saw Xiaoyang casually stretch out his hand and pinch the rays of light that were attacking him. The rays of light, which contained a supreme, killing intent, were easily crushed by him. Whoosh! Gongsun family head and the others could not help but be shocked. They widened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They even felt that it was so difficult to swallow their saliva. This, how is this possible? Is he a human or a ghost? How can he be so powerful? The 4 of them were trembling. Their legs were shaking and their teeth were chattering. They could not even speak clearly. It was as if they were stuttering. Xiaoyang glanced at them and smiled. This smile was like the smile of a demon to the 4 of them. It made them tremble with fear and did not dare to step forward. Besides Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Qin Jifu were all there. They were not in a hurry to make a move. They just crossed their arms and looked at the Gong Sun family head and the others with disdain. If they let Xiaoyang deal with them, wouldn't it be as easy as chopping vegetables? They even thought that they could deal with the 4 of them. Of course I'm a human. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiaoyang said coldly. To deal with the 4 rookies in front of him, his cultivation alone was enough to crush them. Moreover, he had many magic treasures, pets, and battle companions. Not to mention dealing with the 4 of them, he could even destroy the Gong Sun family with a single sentence. Who are you? What are you doing here? Don't you know that trespassing on other people's residences is rude? The Gong Sun family head was pale as he cursed in exasperation. He was very unhappy. Xiaoyang blinked and said lightly, "Oh, let me introduce myself. I am Xiaoyang, the only direct disciple of the poison sect master. These are the disciples of the 3 elders and 10 pavilion lords of the poison sect. What advice do you have?" What? The Gong Sun family head couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. Heavens, these guys are all disciples of the poison sect's upper echelons? After all, the Gong Sun family was at most a second-rate faction in Tianlang City. They couldn't even be considered first-rate. How could they compare to the poison sect? Not to mention a single family, even the entire city or even the 10 largest cities belonged to the poison sect. It was perfectly normal for a poison sect disciple to come down and check on the people. No wonder Xiaoyang had such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age. So he was the sect master's only direct disciple. What the hell is going on? The Gong Sun family head was on the verge of tears. His body trembled even more violently, and he found it hard to speak. He was only coveting the Bu family's properties and wanted to get his hands on them. This sort of thing was very common in every city, but who would have thought that he'd be so unlucky as to provoke the poison sect? Even if he was given 10,000 guts, he still wouldn't dare to provoke the poison sect. He'd rather hide from them. Little brother, why you're really from the poison sect? The Gong Sun family head was frightened. His face was filled with terror as he asked cautiously. Even his head was lowered and his back was bent. Here, take a look. As long as you're from the upper echelons of the family, you'll recognize them. Lan Jiaoye was too lazy to explain. She took out an identity token and tossed it over. Chapter 5:27. Gong Sun family head took it and glanced at it. His hand trembled and almost dropped it to the ground. My goodness, this is a real disciple token of the poison sect. And it's an advanced disciple token. Family head, what should we do? We've completely pissed them off. That's right, family head. We poisoned Bu Tianyan's wife and tried to kill him. Bu Tianlang won't let us go easily. Family head, you'd better think of a way. Otherwise, our Gong Sun family will be wiped out in a flash. The Gong Sun family members kept asking Gong Sun family head. The panic in their hearts was unparalleled and spread all over their faces. Gong Sun family head was also upset at this moment. Looking at their noisy faces, he was even more annoyed. He roared and said ferociously, "Shut up!" Only then did they quiet down. Gong Sun family head rolled his eyes as if he was thinking of a way to escape. His vicious eyes glanced at the 3 people beside him from time to time, which made the 3 Gong Sun family members tremble with fear. In the central hall, Bu Tianlang, Fu Yuhan, and Lu Quan had already entered. Here, they could see the figure of light in the light formation was torturing Bu Tianyan. Bu Tianyan was at the end of his rope. He had used up all his cultivation. Now he was lying on the ground, waiting for death. The figure of light was expressionless. It was still approaching step by step. It even condensed a light sword in its hand and raised it high. It wanted to end Bu Tianyan's life with one strike. Father, Bu Tianlang saw this and became anxious. He couldn't help but shout. He hurriedly unleashed his cultivation and rushed into the light formation. Damn it! He cursed. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly used the sky wave sword art to attack the figure of light. Wave after wave was spread out by him, sweeping toward the figure of light as if to drown it. After being attacked, the light on the figure of light kept flickering and flickering as if it could be extinguished at any time. He hurriedly retreated, temporarily giving up on killing Bu Tianyin. Instead, he locked onto Bu Tianlang, roaring and dashing forward. In any case, he was a figure of light in the formation. He was formed by the condensation of energy. As long as there was a continuous supply of energy, it was equivalent to having an immortal body. Moreover, it was the kind that was full of energy. Courting death, Bu Tianlang was infuriated. The long sword in his hand changed its move again. He operated his cultivation technique and condensed a huge wave that was hundreds of feet high. It instantly pounced on the light man. The light man was instantly blown away. Vaguely, the light man was about to collapse. However, after 2 breaths of time, the light man that was about to collapse seemed to have been replenished with energy. It once again recovered to its perfect state and continued to charge forward fearlessly. This damned light array! Bu Tianlang cursed. His heart was not in a good mood. He could only tangle with the light figure and continue to fight. Fortunately, both of them were in the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Otherwise, Bu Tianlang would have a hard time, even though he had the upper hand now. As time passed, Bu Tianlang was gradually losing ground. After all, he was just a body of flesh. There would be a time when his cultivation would be exhausted. However, this light figure could condense energy endlessly. As long as there was energy, his life would not be extinguished. At this rate, he would definitely be exhausted to death by the light figure. Hua Han and Lu Quan observed the light array and the fierce battle in the light array. They could not help but feel anxious. Although they could recognize that it was a formation, they did not have a deeper understanding of it. At this moment, they did not know how to break the formation. Lu Quan, hurry up and let Brother Xiaoyang in. I know that Brother Xiaoyang is very skilled in formations. He must have a way. Hua Han was anxious and said to Lu Quan. Lu Quan nodded and said, "What about you?" Hua Han glanced at Bu Tianlang, who was gradually losing in the light array. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can only enter the light array." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and instantly rushed into the light formation. His cultivation had not reached the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, but he helped Bu Tianlang to fight and relieve Bu Qianlong's pressure. Lu Quan glanced at them and knew that there was no time to lose. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the central hall. When he was outside, he saw family head Gongsun and the other 3 standing humbly. They did not dare to move. Brother Xiaoyang. Lu Quan couldn't care less about their situation and hurriedly walked in front of Xiaoyang. Lu Quan, why did you come out? Where are Hua Han and Bu Tianlang? Lan Jiaoye asked. She remembered that they went in together. Now only one of them came out. What was going on? Lu Quan frowned and sighed. He said, "We encountered a light array inside. Tianlang and Hua Han have both entered the light array. I can't break it, so I want to see if Brother Xiaoyang has a way." Xiaoyang frowned and glanced at the 4 people of the Gongsun family. He said coldly, "Come, you guys come in too." With Xiaoyang as the leader, the group entered the central hall. The 4 people of the Gongsun family looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. Their expressions were gloomy. They were also thinking about it. In Xiaoyang's group, only Xiaoyang's cultivation was higher and could suppress them. However, if Xiaoyang also entered the light array, then he could use the light figure to kill them. Bu Tianlang could not hold on any longer. If it wasn't for Hua Han's help, he would have been cut to pieces by the light figure. Xiaoyang blinked and glanced around the hall. He immediately judged that this was an independent array. In other words, this light array was a small one within the larger array. It could operate independently and also participate in the larger array. One had to admit that this array was quite magical. Xiaoyang admired it. Now was not the time to study and admire it. Xiaoyang still had to save people. He had to break the light array. The principle of breaking the light array was very simple. Either directly destroy the array, destroy the eye of the array, or cut off the energy supply to the array. Normally, the energy source was spirit stones. This was also the easiest to deal with. You guys look around or nearby. See if there is a large amount of spirit stones or something with rich spirit qi. If you find it, take it away quickly. Xiaoyang ordered. Yes. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, Gu Shanha, Lu Quan, and the others immediately left. When they spread out and searched in different directions, the 4 people of the Gongsun family suddenly changed their expressions. As the operators of the array, they naturally knew the location of the spirit stones. Chapter 5:28. They also knew that once they were discovered, all the treasures they had accumulated over hundreds of years would disappear. No, no, no. This is the Gongsun family. You can't just barge in. Stop. Gongsun family head was anxious. He hurriedly shouted, trying to stop Gu Qianshan and the others. However, they were all slapped away by Xiaoyang. In less than 10 breaths of time, Li Qinghe, Qinjifu, Fang Zihan, and the others came to report one after another. Brother Xiaoyang, we found a huge amount of spirit stones in various locations. The amount of spirit stones accumulated is indescribable. Moreover, there seems to be a storehouse next to the spirit stones. Xiaoyang said calmly, "Take the spiritual stones first." They nodded and quickly scattered again, taking away the spiritual stones they found. When all the spiritual stones were taken away, the light in the central hall dissipated. As the light disappeared, the light figure also collapsed. Looking at Bu Tianlang and Fu Yuhan, both of them were covered with wounds, which was a ghastly sight. If Xiaoyang had not come to break the formation, Bu Tianlang and Fu Yuhan would have been killed. "Are you okay?" Xiaoyang looked at them with concern. Then he said to Gu Shanha and the others, "Give them spiritual stones and elixirs. Let them recover quickly." Of course, they didn't lack spiritual stones. They had taken a lot of them just now. Bu Tianlang and Fang Zihan also had elixirs. They stayed where they were to recover. After a short while, their injuries were stabilized. As long as they recuperated more in the future, it wouldn't be a problem for them to recover to their peak state. Tianlang, you have the final say on how to deal with them. Xiaoyang looked at Bu Tianlang and said slowly. In the end, this was a matter between the Bu family and the Gongsun family. They just helped in passing. Bu Tianlang nodded and looked gratefully at Xiaoyang, Fang Zihan, and the others. He knew that if it wasn't for their help, he might have died. The first thing he did was to carry Bu Tianyan back. Then he operated his cultivation to help Bu Tianyan heal. Bu Tianyan's injuries were very serious. He was on the verge of death. Fortunately, Bu Tianlang and the others came in time. Otherwise, he would have died in the hands of the light figure. When Bu Tianyan woke up, he tried to call his father a few times. Bu Tianyan opened his hazy eyes and glanced at Bu Tianlang. He was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that Bu Tianlang, who he had been thinking about day and night, had come back. "Bu, you're finally back to visit your father. Good, good, good. You're such a good child." Bu Tianyan was overjoyed and excited. Then he scanned his surroundings, and his expression changed drastically. He said worriedly, "Bu, why are you here? Hurry up and leave. Not only did this damned Gongsun family poison your mother, they even used a formation of light to deal with me. Hurry up and leave if you can. Otherwise, you'll die here too." Bu Tianyan shouted weakly. Before he lost consciousness, his memory stopped at the light array. He didn't know what happened after that, so he became anxious and uneasy. He urged Bu Tianlang to leave. Bu Tianlang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He explained, "Father, don't worry. The light array is broken. You're saved. Gongsun family is also captured. It's up to you how to deal with them. What? Cough, cough. Bu Tianyin suddenly became extremely agitated. Under this agitation, he couldn't help but pull on his injuries. He couldn't help but cough. Father, slow down. It's already a foregone conclusion. Don't worry. Bu Tianlang hurried to comfort him. Okay. Bu Tianyin smiled and said, let them give me the antidote first. Saving your mother is more important. Bu Tianlang smiled and said, Father, mother is suffering from a slow-acting poison. My friend Xiaoyang can detoxify it. This time we were able to break the light formation and capture the people of the Gongsun family. It was all because of their help. Bu Tianyin looked around and immediately saw Xiaoyang, Fang Wuhan, and the others. Each and every one of them was valiant and handsome. Their temperaments were extraordinary, and the women were even more beautiful. They were national beauties. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp. Bu Tianlang was happy that he was able to make friends with all of them. All of them had extraordinary backgrounds. Good. Let's go. Let's go to the Bu family. Let me know if you need anything. The Bu family has a warehouse. You can choose any treasure you want. There are also all kinds of cultivation resources. Bu Tianyin felt that it wasn't easy for Bu Tianlang to make friends with these people. He had to be kind to them so that they could get along better. Xiaoyang blinked and greeted them one by one with a smile. Then I'll leave everything here to you. After a while, Xiaoyang said slowly. Then he looked at the 4 Gongsun family members and said coldly, You've done something so immoral. It's enough to wipe out your entire family. If you don't want to be wiped out, you'll have to listen to their punishment. Yes. We don't dare. We'll listen. The 4 Gongsun family members hurried to answer. Xiaoyang and the others left and waited outside the central hall. They weren't in a hurry to leave. If anything happened inside, they could still help. However, as soon as they walked out of the central hall, they were blocked by hundreds of people. It's them. They trespassed in the Gongsun family and destroyed countless buildings. If we don't kill them, we won't be angry. Those people were all from the Gongsun family. They were all at different levels. Some were martial grandmasters, some were martial disciples. Most of them were martial masters and martial artists. Kill. Hundreds of people from the Gongsun family waved their arms, and their energy soared to the sky. Kill your sister. The 4 elders of the Gongsun family are all captured. What do you have to kill them? Qinjifu yelled at them, his face full of disdain. What? Family members, they even captured the family leader and elders. We can't let them go. Family members, charge with me. We can't let them go easily. One roar after another came from the mouths of the Gongsun family people. As they roared, they activated their cultivation and attacked Xiaoyang, Gushanha, and the others. There were also people instigating and leading them. There were over 100 people attacking. And these 100 people formed a terrifying aura that made people feel somewhat flustered. Brother Xiaoyang, should we fight? Cousin, we'll listen to you. Brother Xiaoyang, say something. Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing, Li Qingha, Qinjifu, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Chanchan, and the others looked at Xiaoyang, then at the Gongsun family members who were charging at them. Chapter 5:29. Facing the attacks of over 100 people at once was a bit stressful. But with a powerful being like Xiaoyang around, all these problems were no longer a problem. Xiaoyang frowned and snorted. Let that old bastard Gongsun deal with the Gongsun family. Let's go back to the central hall. Okay, the group of people went back to the central hall. They didn't start a fight with the Gongsun family people. Even though they were disciples of the poison sect and had a strong background, it would still be hard to explain if they destroyed a big family. So, Xiaoyang wasn't afraid of them. He just didn't want to cause trouble for his master. He couldn't just make a contribution and then cause trouble. That would be too arrogant. Go, they're no match for us. Let's go into the central hall. We must save our master. Over 100 people of the Gong Sun family rushed into the central hall. Inside the central hall, the 4 people of the Gong Sun family were listening to Bu Tianlang and Bu Tianyun's punishment. The conditions weren't harsh, but in the next moment, over 100 people rushed in, which scared them, especially the head of the Gong Sun family. His eyes were shining. He was originally in a disadvantageous position as a captive, but at this moment he seemed to be the master. He couldn't help but laugh and said arrogantly, "Bu Tianyan, today's matter is a misunderstanding. I allow you to leave here, but in the future, no one can mention what happened today. What do you think?" With the help of so many people, the master of the Gong Sun family showed his confidence and courage again. He said to Bu Tianyan proudly. Bu Tianyan was so angry that he almost spat out blood. The master of the Gong Sun family acted like he was going to slap him to death. No matter what the master of the Gong Sun family said, he would accept any conditions. But now he changed his attitude so quickly. Bu Tianlang was also angry. He had never seen such a shameless person. "Old bastard Gong Sun, you want to go back on your words? Have you considered the consequences?" Bu Tianlang glared at the master of the Gong Sun family and said fiercely, "How dare you? You're just a yellow-toothed brat. What right do you have to talk to our master like that? Slap your own mouth and apologize. Today, none of you should even think about leaving this place. How dare you bully a few people here?" Many young warriors from Gong Sun family roared out in high spirits. They were all supported by the cultivation resources provided by Gong Sun family and had never suffered any setbacks. Therefore, in their eyes, Xiaoyang and his friends were easy to deal with. Therefore, they didn't take Xiaoyang and his friends seriously at all. Xiaoyang, Bu Tianyan, Bu Tianlang, and the others didn't say anything. They just calmly looked at Gong Sun family master. In the end, the Gong Sun family's patriarch was the one who had the final say in the Gong Sun family. As for the negotiation with Bu Tianyan, it would depend on whether the conditions were good enough. Bu Tianyan looked around and then looked at his own injuries. He felt that he might not be a match for them, so he decided to save his strength first. It would not be too late to deal with them later. He immediately said to the Gong Sun family, "Gong Sun, you old bastard, I agree to your conditions. We will leave here safely, and no one will mention what happened today again." He was compromising and giving in. He was the one who lost today, and his Bu family was also a victim. Now he could only let it go peacefully. One could imagine the grievance in his heart. Gong Sun family master and the 3 people beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud. They felt quite happy, as if they had regained control of the situation and were standing on the winning side. "Bu Tianyan, you are smart. We will keep our words. But who can guarantee that you won't cause trouble for Gong Sun family in the future? Therefore, you have to destroy your own cultivation and your son Bu Tianling." Gong Sun family master felt that since he had the situation under control, he should fight for all the favorable conditions. He also thought that since Bu Tianyan had lowered his head once, he would definitely do it again. Therefore, he naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rip him off a few times. Once Bu Tianyan and Bu Tianlang crippled their own cultivations, wouldn't the Bu clan be theirs? "Gong Sun family master, I gave you face, but you don't want it. How dare you make such unreasonable demands? Then there is nothing to talk about." Bu Tianyan was not a fool. Of course, he could guess the others' evil intentions. He ordered Bu Tianlang, "Bu you have the highest cultivation. Go chop off his head. They poisoned us, and if they wanted to kill us, they would be robbing Bu family's property. Their evil intentions are obvious. We gave them a chance just now, and they turned against us. Then there is no need to be polite." Bu Tianyan said slowly. His words were full of murderous intent. "Yes." Bu Tianlang put down Bu Tianyan and slowly stood up. A terrifying aura burst out, full of battle intent. He released his terrifying cultivation of the 5th level martial ancestor realm. a blast wave burst out from his body, and all the people of Gong's Sun family in the central hall were forced to take a step back. Gong's Sun family master, I gave you face, but you don't want it. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then let's fight to the death. Whoever wants to fight, come up. Even if it is a group battle, I, Butianlang, will take it. Butianlang roared. His loud and majestic voice reverberated in the central hall. Everyone could hear him clearly. For a moment, the people of the Gong Sun family were suppressed by his aura and power, and no one dared to step forward. As for their light formation, it had been cracked, and a large number of spiritual stones had been taken away. They could not activate the light formation again until they had more spiritual stones. The light formation was the most powerful weapon of the Gong Sun family. It could condense a figure of light of the 5th level martial ancestor realm to fight against the enemy. However, they had no chance to prepare for it. The master of Gong Sun family was only at the 4th level martial ancestor realm. He was a bit afraid of Butianlang, not to mention that Xiaoyang and the others were present. Butianlang, let me tell you, you can't fight in this battle. Otherwise, you will never get the antidote for your mother. The master of Gong Sun family threatened Butianlang. He knew that he could not defeat Butianlang, so he used Butianlang's mother as a threat. Despicable and shameless. Butianlang frowned and cursed in his heart. However, he did not give in. He said disdainfully, Gong Sun family master, do you think I want your antidote? My brother Xiaoyang's medical skills are 100 times better than yours. Go to hell. Butianlang roared and did not waste any more words. He immediately dashed toward the master of Gong Sun family, trying to cut off his head. Men, take him down. If he resists, kill him. Chapter 530. The 3/3 level martial ancestor realm cultivators beside him also hurriedly launched attacks, including the Gong Sun family head. There are 4 people in total who blocked Butianlang's attack. The head of the Gong Sun family took a deep breath. He knew that this was the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. The loser would be wiped out. He immediately gave the order. My people, listen to my order. Kill them all. Kill. So, over 100 Gong Sun family members launched a fierce attack on Xiaoyang, Gushanha, Lan Jiaoya, Qin Jifu, and the others. Xiaoyang frowned and sighed. Originally, I didn't want to kill too many people, but since you're all courting death, what can I do? All right, I'll do as you wish, he said slowly. He also released the terrifying power of a 5th level martial ancestor realm cultivator. He also summoned the fiery bird and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm. The man and the 2 beasts swept across. It was a complete one-sided suppression. The martial skills were like children's toys in front of Xiaoyang. They posed no threat to Xiaoyang at all. Xiaoyang countered them easily. On the other hand, the Gong Sun family members were basically on the verge of death when they encountered Xiaoyang's martial skills. As Xiaoyang walked past, almost all Gong Sun family people collapsed on the ground. Some of them were foaming at the mouth, while others were vomiting blood. Within the span of 2 breaths, over half of Gong Sun family people had fallen on the ground and never stood up again. Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing, Qin Jifu, Li Qingha, Fang Wuhan, Lu Quan, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianchan, and the others were naturally not to be trifled with. They all unleashed their strongest battle prowess, crushing everything in their way. They had been through the war with the evil cultivators before. It was like they had climbed out of a pile of corpses on the battlefield of life and death. Their killing intent and killing intent were stronger, and they were more skilled in killing. In less than 2 breaths, more than half of the Gong Sun family members had fallen to their hands. On the 3rd breath, everyone stopped. There were only a dozen people from the Gong Sun family who could still fight. Although they could still fight, they had lost the will to fight. The magic treasures in their hands were shaking. They were so scared that they couldn't control their bodies from shaking. Their faces were pale without a trace of blood, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. What happened just now was very fast, very bloody, and cruel. They all saw it with their own eyes. In less than 2 breaths of time, almost 100 of their clansmen were killed. What else could they do? Could it be that 10 people were more powerful than 100 people? They didn't dare to think that way. It was also at this moment that they truly witnessed the terror of Xiao Yang's group. We won't fight anymore, we surrender. Don't kill us. Clang! The remaining 10 or so Gong Sun family people dropped their magic treasures and kneeled on the ground, kowtowing to Xiao Yang and the others while begging for mercy with a pleading look in their eyes. The head of the Gong Sun family and the 3 elders of the Gong Sun family were all dumbfounded at this moment. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Their mouths were slightly open, and their faces were full of shock. How was this possible? Was this real? There were more than 100 of their clansmen, and many of them were martial grandmasters. However, they were all severely injured and almost all killed. What was the difference between that and the extinction of their entire clan? Only at this moment did they realize how terrifying Xiao Yang's group was. To think that they had turned hostile just now and thought that they could rely on their clansmen to raise harsh conditions. This was simply sending their clansmen to their deaths. They were so regretful that their intestines were turning green. Plop! The head of the Gong Sun family and the 3 elders of the Gong Sun family knelt down one after another. They were so disheartened that they seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. They knew that they were finished. They were completely hopeless, and their hearts were dead. You deserve to die. Bu Tianlang roared at them with a ferocious look. His eyes were gradually filled with hatred. He was merciful just now and wanted to give them a way out. However, they turned against him and even wanted to kill him. He had nothing to say to such evil people. He just wanted to kill them all. Xiao Yang frowned and wanted to say something, but he didn't. There were quite a lot of people in the Gong Sun family, including the old, the young, the women, the servants, and the maids. There were about 500 or 600 people. It would be too much to kill the old and the young. So he tried to persuade Bu Tianling, Brother Bu, the senior members of the Gong Sun family have been killed. You can take over the Gong Sun family now. I believe the people below will welcome you. After all, killing people was not his goal. He couldn't kill them all the way. After all, it was about benefits. Bu Tianling nodded to Xiao Yang, then turned around and glanced at the head of the Gong Sun family. He snorted and said, Xiao Yang asked for mercy for you. The old, the young, the women, the maids, and the servants of the Gong Sun family can be spared, but you will die. You'd better kill yourselves. Don't force me to do it. Let's go. Give them some time. Bu Tianlang said slowly. They walked out of the central hall, slowly. In the hall, the 4 elders of the Gong Sun family were crying. Family head, I regret it. Why did I agree to your plan? Family head, I don't want to die. I haven't lived long enough. Family head, please think of a way. Why don't you beg them? The 3 elders of the Gong Sun family were full of regret. They kept crying and begging the head of the Gong Sun family. The head of the Gong Sun family looked defeated. He collapsed on the ground and leaned against the wall. He didn't say anything for a long time. Family head, say something. I don't want to die. Why don't we fight them, family head? The 3 elders of the Gong Sun family were scared out of their wits. They came up with all kinds of bad ideas. For them, it was fine as long as they didn't die. The head of the Gong Sun family could only smile bitterly. Fight with what? In terms of high-end strength, they could easily crush them with one finger. In terms of mid-level strength and low-level strength, they could also crush them with one finger. What could they fight with? They were defeated. They were completely defeated. After the 3 elders of the Gong Sun family cried for a long time, the head of the Gong Sun family finally opened his mouth and said slowly, We are all leaders of the Gong Sun family. While we enjoy power and treatment, we have to bear the same responsibility. In order to protect the rest of the family, we have to apologize with death. The head of the Gong Sun family said firmly, No, I don't want to die. I want to run. I want to run. Seeing that there was no way out, the three elders of the Gongsun family were more anxious than the other. They struggled to get up and left while crying. Chapter 531. You can't run away. Why waste your energy? Isn't it better to just wait for death? Family head Gongsun smiled bitterly, looking desolate. Next, he raised his hand and boosted up his remaining power, aiming at the three Gongsun family leaders who had been fleeing in a panic. 3 beams of light darted out from his fingers and merged into the backs of their heads. The 3 fleeing Gongsun family people instantly stopped moving, then fell straight to the ground. Family head. The rest of the family heads were terrified. They looked at family head Gongsun in disbelief. Their hearts were trembling, and their lips were trembling. Oh my God! Those were 3 elders of the family head Gongsun. Family head Gongsun killed them just like that. Wouldn't they be killed too? The more they thought about it, the more terrified they felt. Family head Gongsun stopped and said, "Slowly, don't worry. The Bu family only wants us. You don't have to die. Keep your lives and take good care of the Gongsun family." Family head. The dozen or so members of the Gongsun family were all moved. Their eyes were wet, and some of them even knelt on the ground. Haha, I'm satisfied with what I've done in my life. I've lived long enough, so I can die without regrets. But it's a pity that I've implicated you. You still have a long time to live. Let's go. From now on, the Gongsun family will submit to the Bu family. All the properties of the Gongsun family will belong to the Bu family. Family head Gongsun looked at the 3 elders he just killed and murmured, "You won't be lonely. I'm here to accompany you." As he spoke, he circulated his cultivation base and severed his own heart meridian. Then, blood came out of his mouth. He closed his eyes and died. There was no sign of life in him anymore. Family head. The rest of the family heads cried and wailed. They didn't want to die. They glanced at the huge hall. More than 100 of their clansmen who could fight were all here. Some were dead, some were injured. It was a complete defeat. Their hearts were filled with sorrow, and they cried even harder. By now, all the senior members of the Gongsun family were dead. In the Bu family mansion, in the back garden, Bu Tianyin, Bu Tianleng, Gu Shanha, and Qin Jifu were all there except for Xiaoyang. Bu Tianyin and Bu Tianleng were the most anxious ones. They were pacing back and forth. They were looking forward to it and worried at the same time. Their eyes were full of anxiety and concern. "Brother Bu, don't worry. Big brother Xiaoyang's medical skills are unparalleled in this world. There is nothing that he cannot cure." Gu Qianqian comforted her. Bu Tianleng nodded. Of course. He knew that Gu Qianqian meant well. However, he was still worried. At this moment, Xiaoyang was in the beautiful woman's room. The beautiful woman had already fallen asleep on the bed. "Bloodthirsty ice worm, come out and purify the poison in her body." Xiaoyang summoned the bloodthirsty ice silkworm. In fact, he didn't need to use the bloodthirsty ice silkworm for this kind of small problem. He could directly purify the poison. However, doing so would bring some pain to the patient. After all, cultivation had to go through the meridians. This beautiful woman was not a cultivator, so she might not be able to bear the pain. Letting the bloodthirsty ice silkworm purify the poison and Xiaoyang directly absorb it would be much more convenient. She wouldn't have to bear the pain. No matter what, she was Bu Tianlong's mother and had treated him well. Xiaoyang didn't want her to suffer. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm squeaked a few times and flapped its wings happily. Then it landed on the beautiful woman's body and went deep into her long mouth. It injected into her skin and began to purify the poison in her body. This slow-acting poison wasn't fatal at all. For ordinary people, it might be a bit serious. However, for Xiaoyang and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm, it couldn't be more simple. In less than a moment, the bloodthirsty ice silkworm had finished purifying the poison. Xiaoyang reached out his hand and held the beautiful woman's hand. Then he operated his heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art and easily absorbed all the poison in her body. Perhaps because the poison was completely absorbed, the woman let out a comfortable sound. Xiao Yang knew that she might wake up soon. He immediately walked out of the room and said to Bu Tianyun and Bu Tianling, "You two come in." The father and son hurriedly came in. Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoye, and the others followed behind. When they entered the room, they saw the beautiful woman slowly waking up. The family cried tears of joy. Another banquet was held. Bu Tianlong's family of 3 solemnly received Xiao Yang's group. First, they thanked Xiao Yang for detoxifying the poison. Then, they thanked Xiao Yang for giving them the arm regeneration method. Next, they thanked everyone for helping the Bu clan. As for the Gongsun clan, they had already arranged for people to take over. According to their previous agreement, they didn't continue to kill. The Gongsun clan was also very cooperative and did their best to help the Bu clan control the Gongsun clan. The Bu clan's strength had increased a lot. They were now at the peak of second-rate powers. This was a huge improvement for the Bu clan. Xiao Yang's group said their goodbyes. Bu Tianlong's family of 3 kept urging them to stay, but Xiao Yang's group refused. "See you at the poison sect." They had a holiday at home. After a certain period of time, they still had to return to the poison sect. Bu Tianling didn't insist and nodded, "See you at the poison sect." Then he personally saw Xiao Yang's group out of the city gates. At the city gates, Han and Lu Quan cupped their fists to Xiao Yang. "The road ahead will be different. We'll take our leave now. See you at the poison sect." Bu Tianling, Gu Shanhe, Qin Jifu, and the others cupped their fists as well. After the 2 left, Xiao Yang's group continued on their journey. After walking for about half a day, they reached a fork in the road. One path led to Martial Yang City, the other to the ancient city. Gu Qianqian invited, "Big brother Xiao Yang, why don't you come to our Martial Yang City for a visit?" Lan Jiaoye didn't even think about it and refused. "Don't even think about it. Cousin is mine." Everyone couldn't help but laugh at this. Chen Jifu and Li Qinghe saw Xiao Yang's awkward expression and had to help out. "How about this? When we set out for the poison sect, we'll come to Martial Yang City to find you. Just wait for us. How about it?" "All right, that's not a bad idea. We'll be waiting for you. You must come." Gu Shanhe and Gu Shanqing felt that it was a good idea. Even Gu Qianqian couldn't find anything to refute and agreed. The group parted ways once more. After they left, Xiao Yang summoned Flamingo. Flamingo's body suddenly expanded, and Xiao Yang and the rest jumped on it, allowing Flamingo to carry them back to Martial Yang City. Chapter 532. Martial Yang City, Lan Family. A couple sat in a pavilion in the garden. It was Xiao Wangu and Lan Xingming. They were playing chess. Halfway through the game, Lan Xingming's heart was in a mess. She said sadly, "I haven't seen Yang for so long. I don't know if he's doing well." "Don't worry. Yang is so outstanding. He's definitely doing well." Xiao Wangu comforted her. Then, the 2 snuggled up to each other. Flamingo descended from the sky and landed in the back garden. "Mother, father, I'm back." Xiao Yang greeted them. "Ah, Yang, you're back. We missed you so much." Lan Xingming and Xiao Wangu were overjoyed. They couldn't help but pinch Xiao Yang's left and right sides to see if any parts were broken. This made Xiao Yang feel embarrassed. They were watching. "Aunt, you don't love me anymore." Lan Jiaoye looked at how Lan Xingming cared for Xiao Yang. Lan Xingming didn't seem to see her at all. She immediately felt jealous. She pouted and puffed up her cheeks. She looked very unhappy. "Ah, Jiaoye is back too. Come. Let Aunt see if you've lost weight." Lan Xingming was even happier. She pinched Lan Jiaoye and finally coaxed her. "Let's go. I'll bring you to see grandfather." Lan Xingming brought them away. She also invited Chen Jifu and Li Qinghe. After eating, Qin Jifu bid farewell and left. He was also from Marshalyang City. His home was nearby. "Grandson, not bad. You've improved a lot. I heard you even hooked up with a girl from Ancient City. How is it? When are you bringing her home? Don't let your parents wait too long. She's not young anymore." Lan family's old ancestor teased Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was embarrassed. He smiled and said, "It's still early." After staying here for half a day, Xiaoyang met his grandfather and his 3 uncles. He even met many members of the Lan family, such as Lan Duogui, Lan Duofu, Lan Duokai, and Lan Jiaoshui. After exchanging greetings, he bid farewell and left. It was almost evening when Xiaoyang's family of 3 and Li Qinghe once again sat on Fiery Bird's back. Small family in Donglin town. When they arrived at the door of the Xiao family, the guards of the Xiao family were almost overjoyed when they saw them and shouted loudly. Therefore, almost all the people of the Xiao family came out to greet Xiaoyang. After entering the Xiao family, Flamingo and Bloodthirsty Iceworm immediately went to play with the double-headed king snake. Li Qinghe also found Chief Instructor Wang. Father and son reunited. They gathered together and chatted happily. After dinner, they rested for the night. At dawn, Xiao Jingtian, Xiao Qiao, Xiao Qingmu, Li Dazue, Xiao Pai, Xiao Daliai, and Xiao Qinggong came to visit Xiaoyang one after another. They played with Xiaoyang and had a lot of fun. After that, Xiao Donglai, Xiao Di, Xiao Riyang, Dan Lao, Yao Lao, Xiao Zhongqin, and Xiao Feilai also came to visit. Finally, it was the first elder, second elder, and Xiao Wanyan who summoned him. They simply reported on the family's business and operations. Seeing that Xiaoyang wasn't too interested, they didn't say much. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they bid farewell and left. Xiaoyang played around at home for a few days before he received a notice from the poison sect. Only then did he end his play and return to the poison sect. At dawn, a few days later, at the city gates of Marshalyang City, Xiaoyang stood there silently and muttered, "If only I could play like this every day." He was starting to miss the happiness of being with his family and having so many little companions. After waiting for a while, a few people walked out of the city gates. They were Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, and Lan Jiaoye. Lan Jiaoye was nagging. Life at home was so good, yet they had to return to the poison sect. Along the way, she wasn't in a good mood. She always had a sad expression on her face, as if she wasn't interested in anything. Once everyone was seated, Xiaoyang summoned Flamingo, and everyone took their seats, one after another. Flamingo took off and headed to a neighboring city called Ancient City. Before they parted, Xiaoyang had promised them that he would look for them when he returned to the poison sect. He naturally wouldn't go back on his word. After Flamingo advanced to the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm, its speed had increased by a lot. In less than half a day, Xiaoyang's group arrived at Ancient City. After inquiring about Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, and Gu Qianshan's residence, Xiaoyang's group began to pay them a visit. The Gu estate, there were still guards at the gates. When they saw Xiaoyang's group approaching, they immediately stopped them and asked Xiaoyang's group what they wanted. Xiao Yangming said that he was here to look for Gu Qianshan, so a guard went into the mansion to report. There were many clans with the surname Gu in Ancient City. They had unclear relationships with each other and were almost all relatives. Xiao Yang didn't have to wait long before a young girl rushed out of the gates. It was Gu Qianshan, big brother Xiaoyang he. The moment she saw Xiaoyang, Gu Qianshan was very happy. She was like a bird that had been released from a cage, overjoyed and unable to contain her joy. "You're finally here. Big brother Xiaoyang, Qinghe, Jifu, Jiaoye, come in and sit." Gu Qianshan warmly invited them. Xiaoyang's group entered the estate. When Gu Qianshan's parents heard that Qianshan's friends had come, they also showed their faces and expressed their goodwill before walking away. "Big brother Xiaoyang, this is the osmanthus cake I made myself. Take a look and see if it tastes good. After you're done, I'll take you to see Shanha and Shanqing. Gu Qianqian propped her chin up with both hands as she watched Xiaoyang eat. This made Xiaoyang feel embarrassed, while Lan Jiaoya harumphed coldly. After exchanging some pleasantries, Gu Qianqian began to pack up and prepare to return to the poison sect. After leaving the estate, Gu Qianqian led the way and soon arrived at Gu Shanha and Gu Shanqing's residence. They were from two different clans. Of course, the two clans were very close. "Hello, I'm looking for Big Brother Shanha." Gu Qianqian spoke to the guard after arriving at one of the mansions. The guard also recognized Gu Qianqian. After hearing Gu Qianqian's intentions, the guard said apologetically, "Young Master Shanha has already left. I heard that he went to look for young Master Shanqing." "Oh, right." Gu Qianqian retreated to Xiaoyang's side and said calmly, "Let's go, Big Brother Xiaoyang." Big Brother Shanha went to look for Big Brother Shanqing. Thus, the group headed in another direction. Fortunately, their clans weren't far from each other. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, they arrived at the entrance of another estate. When the guard learned of Gu Qianqian's intentions, he opened the door without a word and let them in. "Let's go, Big Brother Xiaoyang. Big Brother Shanha and Big Brother Shanqing must be inside." Gu Qianqian was already familiar with the place and personally led the way. Chapter 533. She was childhood sweethearts with Gu Shanha and Gu Shanqing. They'd grown up together and had been here countless times. It was normal for them to be familiar with this place. When they arrived at a pond in the mansion, they finally saw Gu Shanha and Gu Shanqing. However, their expressions were a little ugly, as if they'd run into something troublesome. "Big Brother Shanha, Big Brother Shanqing, look, who did I bring?" Gu Qianqian maintained her elegance amidst her joy. She walked up to them with a smile. Gu Shanha and Gu Shanqing followed the voice and saw Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoya, Li Qinghe, and Qin Jifu. They couldn't contain their joy and laughed heartily. "It's Brother Xiaoyang, you're here." "Good, good, good, you're finally here. I was afraid you wouldn't come." They'd been waiting in the ancient city for a long time without receiving Xiaoyang's invitation. Now, they'd received a notice from the poison sect in the blink of an eye. They were worried that Xiaoyang wouldn't come. Now that they saw Xiaoyang's group, they were overjoyed. "Let's go. Big Brother Xiaoyang, Brother Li, Brother Jiaoya, Brother Qin, come sit here first. I'll take you on a tour of the ancient cities, scenic spots, and many delicacies." Gu Shanqing greeted them warmly. Xiaoyang and the others were very happy as they entered the guest hall. Gu Shanqing instructed Gu Shanha, "Shanha, you stay here and accompany them. I'll have the kitchen prepare some good food. Qianqian, you should try some of the pastries you want." He had a smile on his face, but when he walked out of the living room, his smile immediately disappeared. What was left was only a dignified expression. He casually called for a servant and instructed them to prepare delicious food. Then he left alone. He was naturally happy that Xiaoyang's group had arrived. However, there was still a troublesome matter waiting for him to deal with, so he couldn't bring himself to be happy. Gu Shanqing had an engagement, and his fiancée was from the Chao family. The couple was originally very loving, but the problem was that a guy named Red Dust Guest had taken a fancy to his fiancée. This was something that Gu Shanqing could not tolerate. The Red Dust Guest was only a rogue cultivator without any background. However, his cultivation was extremely powerful, having reached the third-level martial ancestor realm. Ever since Gu Shanqing had entered the poison sect, he was only a second-level martial arts grandmaster. He could not be compared to the other party. Perhaps Red Dust Guest saw the weakness in Gu Shanqing's cultivation base. Yesterday, he issued a challenge to Gu Shanqing. The content of the challenge was that if he lost, he would leave Lady Chao and no longer bother her. Similarly, if Gu Shanqing lost, he would also have to leave Lady Chao and no longer bother her. There was still one incense stick's worth of time before the battle started. The location was at the Martial Arts Plaza in the ancient city. Gu Shanqing planned to go to the martial arts plaza alone and join the battle. What made him solemn was that he did not have full confidence in winning this challenge. After all, the difference in cultivation level between the two sides was obvious. This was also a private matter between him and Red Dust Guest, so it was not appropriate for him to ask for help. In the living room, Gu Shanha was greeting Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, and the others. Gu Qianqian was also accompanying him. After waiting for a short while, a servant immediately brought up delicious food, making them happy. Lan Jiaoye, Qin Jifu, and Gu Qianqian were not polite. They immediately picked up their chopsticks and ate whatever tasted good. Gu Qianqian was still hesitant. She took small bites and covered her mouth with her other hand. However, Lan Jiaoye and Qin Jifu did not have such misgivings. They opened their mouths and took big bites, showing their teeth as they swallowed. They did not care about their image at all. Big brother Xiaoyang, you should eat too. This is delicious, really. I just ate it. Gu Qianqian personally picked up some food for Xiaoyang and praised him. Lan Jiaoye was not to be outdone. She quickly picked up her favorite food and said, "Mine is delicious too. You should eat this." Gu Shanha also invited Xiaoyang to taste from time to time. His face was full of smiles, but Xiaoyang could see the worry and anxiety in his smile. He was the eternal poison lord in his previous life. What had he not seen before? He could see Gu Shanha's hidden emotions with a glance, not to mention Gu Shanqing, who came and went in a hurry. When he thought about Gu Shanha and Gu Shanqing's worried expressions when they first arrived, Xiaoyang immediately guessed that there must be something going on. "I'm going to the toilet. Brother Shanha, bring me there." Xiaoyang glanced at Gu Shanha and said slowly, "Logically speaking, cultivators could refine impurities, especially at the 5th level of martial ancestor realm. However, since Xiaoyang asked, he naturally could not refuse. Okay, brother Xiaoyang, this way please." After exiting the door, Gu Shanha led Xiaoyang to the toilet. However, Xiaoyang did not follow. Instead, he stopped in his tracks. After taking a few steps, Gu Shanha noticed Xiaoyang and could not help but stop. He looked at Xiaoyang in surprise and reminded him, "Brother Xiaoyang, the toilet is over here." However, Xiaoyang's intention was not to go to the toilet. He asked, "Where's Gu Shanqing?" Gu Shanha's expression suddenly became worried. He said awkwardly, "Shanqing went out for a while. He said that he would prepare delicious food for us and will be back soon." He said it reluctantly and his eyes were evasive. He naturally knew where Gu Shanqing went. However, whether it was him or Gu Shanqing, they both had the same thought. They did not want to trouble Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had already helped them too much. They did not want to owe him more. "Do you believe the reason you said?" Xiaoyang looked unhappy and glanced at Gu Shanha. Gu Shanha's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. If he lied to Xiaoyang, he was afraid that Xiaoyang would misunderstand. Then the loss would outweigh the gain. Moreover, he was still worried about Gu Shanqing. If he told him, Xiaoyang might be able to help. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and he knew that he could not hide it any longer. He immediately put on a worried expression and sighed. "Brother Xiaoyang, I won't hide it from you. Shanqing's fiancé has been targeted by a rogue cultivator by the name of Hong Qingku. He has issued a challenge to Shanqing, and Shanqing has accepted the challenge. The location is the training square. Look at the time, it will begin in half an hour. According to Shanqing, he does not want to disturb you anymore. I plan to come back and accompany us after I deal with Red Dust Guest." "If that's the case, then what are you worried about?" Xiaoyang frowned and asked. In fact, he was a little angry. If they had told him in time, he might have thought of a better solution. From their worried expressions, he could tell that Red Dust Guest was not easy to deal with. Chapter 534. Red Dust Guest's cultivation is 1 level higher than Shanqing's. That's why I'm worried. Let's go. Bring me there first." Xiaoyang frowned and instructed Gu Shanha. Gu Shanha nodded. This was the only way. Hence, The two of them unleashed their cultivation and headed towards the martial arts square. Xiaoyang pondered as he sped. He remembered that Gu Shanqing was a level 2 martial arts grandmaster before he entered the sect. Why was he still a level 2 martial arts grandmaster? Gu Shanha was also a level 2 martial arts grandmaster. Although they were both level 2 martial arts grandmasters, they were much stronger than ordinary level 2 martial arts grandmasters. This meant that they were already very solid at this stage. They were just short of an opportunity to reach level 3 martial arts grandmaster. However, even if he used a secret technique to help Gu Shanqing reach level 3 martial arts grandmaster, he would only be a new level 3 martial arts grandmaster. He would still not be able to fight with Red Dust Guest. It seemed that helping Gu Shanqing was going to be a tricky task, especially considering that the location of the challenge was at the martial arts square. There would be hundreds and thousands of people watching. It would be very difficult to do anything. After sprinting for more than 10 breaths, Gu Shanha brought Xiaoyang to the martial arts square. At the martial arts square, there were already 2 people standing there. They were Red Dust Guest and Gu Shanqing. Gu Shanqing was dressed like a young master of an aristocratic family. He wore a clean robe, a feathered crown, and a jade pendant on his waist. Red Dust Guest was dressed like a tramp. His hair was untidy and messy. Even his clothes were dirty. They were very simple and cheap. He hugged his sword to his chest like a swordsman and looked at Gu Shanqing with disdain. Many people had already gathered at the side of the martial arts square. Gu Shanqing, let's cut the crap. The winner takes all, and the loser has to lick my boots. Do you have any objections? Red Dust Guest glanced at Gu Shanqing and said with disdain. Gu Shanqing snorted and said arrogantly, Red Dust Guest, how dare you have designs on my fiancé? You're courting death. You better not disappoint me. Otherwise, I'll make you despair. Cut the crap. Take this. Hong Chen Ku roared. He flipped his hand and took out his long sword. His chi locked onto Gu Shanqing, and he casually shot out a sword light. Sword chi shot out, shocking everyone. Gu Shanqing's face darkened. He snorted coldly and used his movement technique. His body soared into the air and smoothly dodged the opponent's killing move. He said disdainfully, that's all there is to it. Outside the training square, Gu Shanha and Xiaoyang were watching the fight. The anxious Gu Shanha said, Shanqing may not be a match for Hong Chen Ko. If Shanqing loses, he will definitely lose his beloved fiancé. Brother Xiaoyang, do you have any ideas? Xiaoyang could already tell that the Red Dust Guest had concealed his cultivation level. His true cultivation level was already at the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Now that he had attacked Gu Shanqing, he was merely toying with him. Don't worry, we might not lose. He comforted Gu Shanha. On the square, the fight between the two sides had reached its climax. Gu Shanqing used the upper black level martial technique that he had learned in the poison sect. He gathered thousands of sword chi and formed an inescapable net. He attacked Hong Chen Ku with all his might. This power was comparable to that of a 3rd level martial ancestor realm. This is interesting. When the Red Dust Guest saw this, the Red Dust Guest merely smiled and did not take it to heart. Even though the other party's martial skills could threaten a 3rd level martial ancestor, the Red Dust Guest's actual cultivation level was only a 4th level martial ancestor. Thus, the Red Dust Guest could not do anything to him. Gu Shanqing, I will let you know the meaning of despair. Hong Chen Ke said coldly. He maintained his cultivation level as a 3rd level martial ancestor realm. He waved his sword with both hands, and a light screen formed in front of him. It blocked Gu Shanqing's martial technique attack completely. The light screen and the sword chi of the inescapable net melted into each other and slowly dissipated. In just 3 breaths' time, the light from the 2 martial techniques had completely disappeared. What? Gu Shanqing was in disbelief. He did not expect that his trump card could not defeat Hong Chen-ku. This meant that he was in a terrible situation. Hong Chen-ku had one hand behind his back. He was not in a hurry to attack. He only looked at Gu Shanqing mockingly and mocked. "What do you think? Gu Shanqing, you can't hurt me. In other words, I am in an undefeatable position. Now it's my turn to attack." Hong Chen-ku sneered and immediately controlled the flying sword in his hand to shoot towards Gu Shanqing. Although this sword move looked very simple, in fact, the flying sword had changed its trajectory 81 times during its flight. In a contest of this level, one could no longer trust one's own eyes. One could only trust one's intuition and divine sense. Damn it, Gu Shanqing cursed. He hurriedly activated his cultivation and created a defensive light screen to block the attack. He also used a movement technique to dodge the attack. However, no matter how he dodged, the flying sword seemed to have grown eyes and chased after him. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. In the end, the flying sword got close to him and stabbed him. Poof! Bang! The flying sword was so sharp that it directly pierced through Gu Shanqing's defense. It even pierced through Gu Shanqing's shoulder. The powerful sword qi hit Gu Shanqing's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body also fell to the ground in midair, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Shanqing. Gu Shanha saw Gu Shanqing's miserable state and could not help but cry out anxiously, "Brother Xiaoyang, please help Shanqing." Gu Shanha looked at Xiaoyang almost pleadingly. He could not bear to see Gu Shanqing lose. He could not bear to see Gu Shanqing's fiancée being taken away by someone else. If that happened, Gu Shanqing would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Xiaoyang nodded. He secretly summoned Flamingo and bloodthirsty ice silkworm and let them fly to Gu Shanqing's shoulder to help him defeat Hong Chen-ku. The two fifth-level martial arts grandmaster pets naturally had no objections. After a few calls, they immediately flew up and landed beside Gu Shanqing. Gu Shanqing coughed a few times and struggled to stand up from the ground. He patted the dust off his body. When he saw the bloodthirsty ice silkworm and Flamingo, he could not help but be stunned. Then he was overjoyed. No wonder they were so familiar. It turned out that Xiaoyang had come to help him. While he was happy, he also felt guilty. He felt guilty because Xiaoyang had always helped him, and he had not done anything. Gu Shanqing, are you still not admitting defeat? Do you want to die? Next time, I won't be as merciful as this time. Chapter 535. Gu Shanha could also hear Xiaoyang's anger. His expression became even more awkward and embarrassed. He had no choice but to resolve the issue. Red dust guest floated in midair and slowly approached Gu Shanqing. He glanced at Gu Shanqing and said coldly. Gu Shanqing was not afraid and retorted, "Red dust guest, is this all you've got? Then I advise you to admit defeat." "Humph, then I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly and show you my true strength. However, you'll have to pay a price. You'd better think carefully." Red dust guest snorted coldly at Gu Shanqing. He released the seal on his body. His cultivation level, which was originally at the 3rd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, instantly rose to the 4th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. That huge pressure and aura exploded, crushing Gu Shanqing's body. Gu Shanqing instantly felt heavy, and even breathing became difficult. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. "What? You're a level 4 martial arts grandmaster?" Gu Shanqing was in disbelief. Fortunately, he had the help of Fiery Bird and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm. Otherwise, he would not have the courage to continue standing there. "What? Did I surprise you? Is that a surprise to you? Ha ha ha." Red dust guest looked at Gu Shanqing's shocked expression and could not help but laugh maniacally. He was extremely excited. Wasn't this the reason why he hid his cultivation level and pretended to be weak? "Now that you know my true strength, it's time for you to pay a heavy price." Come, take my sword. Red Dust Guest laughed and shouted. He formed a sword technique, and the flying sword in his hand flew out with a swoosh. It rapidly attacked Gu Shanqing's vital parts. This sword technique was more than 100 times better than the previous one. There were more than 300 variations in the trajectory of the sword. Even with divine sense and intuition, it was difficult to capture the trajectory of the flying sword's attack. Gu Shanqing panicked for a moment and even staggered backward. After retreating a few steps, he suddenly felt a force supporting him. It was the help of Fiery Bird on his shoulder. Swoosh! Buzz! With a sword hum, the sharp flying sword arrived in front of Gu Shanqing in the blink of an eye. It was only a finger away from Gu Shanqing's forehead. However, after this flying sword arrived here, it was unable to take another step forward, and it seemed as if it was obstructed by something and could only stop here. Even so, Gu Shanqing was still scared out of his wits. Goo, goo, goo! Flamingo called out, reminding Gu Shanqing not to be afraid. The Fiery Bird and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm were both at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. With the help of 2 great 5th level martial ancestor realm cultivators, how could a mere 4th level martial ancestor realm cultivator hurt them? After the frightened Gu Shanqing learned of the situation, he could not help but relax. His complexion gradually improved, and his courage gradually increased. Red Dust Guest, is this really all you've got? That's too disappointing. I've said it before, if you disappoint me, I'll make you despair. Gu Shanqing pretended to be as calm as water and stared arrogantly at Red Dust Guest, as if he did not take him seriously. This caused Red Dust Guest to be instantly shocked, and he felt that this was inconceivable. How could this be? How did he do it? Could it be that everything he did before was just an act? Red Dust Guest was very confused, and his heart was also shaken. Previously, Gu Shanqing had been forced back by the flying sword. That was so real that it could not be any more real. In the blink of an eye, how did the other party become so strong that he could even block his full-powered attack? He clearly saw that Gu Shanqing was scared out of his wits just now. This was really too strange. Return! Red Dust Guest ignored Gu Shanqing's mockery and mockery. He called out and immediately summoned his flying sword back. I don't believe that you can fly to the sky. Eat my sword again. Red Dust Guest did not give up. After a roar, he formed a hand seal with both hands and controlled the flying sword to attack Gu Shanqing. This time the sword technique was much better than before, and its power had also doubled. However, the same thing happened again. When the flying sword almost pierced Gu Shanqing's heart, the flying sword was forced to stop a finger's distance away. It could not move and could not move an inch forward. Red Dust Guest, when are you going to admit defeat? Take my Fire God technique. After Gu Shanqing was protected again, his confidence skyrocketed. He formed a hand seal with both hands and instantly used the Fire God technique, summoning countless flames. These flames burned in an instant, covering half of the martial arts field. The martial arts field seemed to have turned into a giant sea of fire. The scorching heat spread out, and when the surrounding people felt it, they could not help but step back. Their faces were filled with fear. Red Dust Guest had nowhere to retreat. If he did, it would be equivalent to admitting defeat. Therefore, he could only stand in the sea of fire. In order to resist the burning and high temperature of the flames, he formed a defensive light shield to protect himself. You want to hurt me with this little bit of fire? Gu Shanqing, you're really childish. Red Dust Guest mocked. However, before he could finish laughing, and before he could use any other techniques, he could not laugh anymore. This was because flames had appeared on his defensive light shield. The horror of the flames was simply unimaginable. It could even burn his defensive light shield. This was really too incredible. Following that, the unextinguishable flames continued to burn on his body. He originally wanted to use his hands to extinguish the flames, but his hands were also infected by the flames of nihility. No matter what he did, he could not extinguish the flames of nihility. Ah, ah! Therefore, after persevering for a while, he could not help but scream. When the flames burned on his body, it was incomparably painful. It was very likely that he would be burned to ashes. This was naturally due to Fiery Bird. Fiery Bird's flames of nihility were simply a killing force. One could see with the naked eye that after his hands were on fire, his legs and thighs were slowly being burned by the flames. His hair, eyebrows, and eyelids were also gradually being burned by the flames of nihility. If this continued, his opponent would definitely be burned to death. This scene was witnessed by many spectators at the martial arts training grounds. They could not help but gasp and exclaim in admiration of Gu Shanqing's power and awesomeness. One had to know that Red Dust Guest's true cultivation was at the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Even such a powerful person had been defeated by Gu Shanqing. This showed how terrifying Gu Shanqing's cultivation was. Ah, save me, save me. I admit defeat, I've lost. I don't want to fight with you anymore. Hurry up and extinguish the flames. I promise that I won't pester the Chow family's lady in the future. I won't threaten the Chow family's people either. Hurry up and save me, I don't want to die. Woo woo. Chapter 536. He was a martial ancestor, 4th level mortal guest. Not only did he lose to Gu Shanqing for no reason, but he was also crying now. It was too embarrassing. Gu Shanqing looked at the flamingo and then at Xiaoyang. To be honest, he really did not want to kill anyone. Killing was not his goal. The flaming bird cooed a few times before flying over Red Dust Guest's body. Instantly, the flames of nihility on Red Dust Guest's body disappeared. Looking at Red Dust Guest's miserable state, it was simply indescribable. His eyebrows and hair were all burned away. His clothes were burnt and smelly. Most of his skin was charred black, and his hands and feet emitted a roasted smell. This scene appeared in the eyes of many spectators. They could not help but hold their bellies and laugh. Gu Shanqing will meet again someday. I've lost. I'm leaving. Red Dust Guest felt too embarrassed and did not dare to stay any longer. After reluctantly cupping his fists, he immediately activated what was left of his cultivation and quickly left the place. Gu Shanqing heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally won, and his fiancée was saved. He also knew that this was all thanks to Xiaoyang. If not for Xiaoyang's timely rescue, he would have been pierced by the opponent's flying sword. Outside the arena, Gu Shanha could not help but feel excited and happy for Gu Shanqing. Congratulations, Shanha, you've won. He shouted loudly at Gu Shanqing, who was on the arena. Then he turned around and expressed his gratitude to Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, thank you very much. If not for your help, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaoyang nodded and waited for Gu Shanqing to come down. Gu Shanqing immediately locked onto Xiaoyang and Gu Shanha. He activated his cultivation and landed in front of Xiaoyang. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed to Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, thank you. Let's go. There are too many people here. We'll talk when we get back, Xiaoyang said calmly. The three of them left the martial arts arena and returned to the Gu family. In the hall, Lan Jiaye, Chen Jifu, Gu Qianchan, and Li Qinghe were still eating in big mouthfuls. Their stomachs were almost full. Only then did they put down their chopsticks, rubbed their stomachs, and burped in satisfaction. Qianchan, why was Brother Xiaoyang gone for so long? What about Shanqing and Shanhe? Li Qinghe faintly sensed that something was wrong and asked calmly. Gu Qianchan really did not know what was going on. She subconsciously said they are men. Maybe they are addicted to the toilet. Aya, we are eating good food. Let's not talk about this. Maybe they will be back soon. Li Qinghe could only smile bitterly. If he had known earlier, he would have gone out with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang must have noticed something was wrong. Chun Jifu was also a relaxed person. He smiled at Li Qinghe and said, Qinghe, what are you worried about? With Xiaoyang here, who would dare harm us poison sect disciples. As he spoke, he fiercely ate another mouthful of food. Not long after, a few people slowly walked into the living room. They were Gu Shanqing, Gu Shanhe, and Xiaoyang. "You're finally back? We're almost done eating." Lan Jiaoye rubbed her slightly bloated stomach as she spoke to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled but did not say a word. He calmly sat down and began to eat the leftovers. He was not picky about food, but Gu Shanqing could not bear to watch. Xiaoyang had helped him so much. How could he just let Xiaoyang eat this? He immediately said, "I'll have someone prepare some good food." "Brother Xiaoyang, just wait a moment." "No need. We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite." Xiaoyang refused. Gu Shanhe chuckled and hurried to eat. They hadn't eaten their fill when they'd gone out. After a full meal, Xiaoyang sipped his tea and said leisurely, "The poison sect has already sent word for us to go back. We've been playing at home for a few days now, so I plan to head to the poison sect tomorrow. You guys should go say your goodbyes and pack your bags." Gu Shanqing hurriedly agreed, his expression joyful. Without a doubt, Xiaoyang was giving him time to say goodbye to the Chao clan's wives. "All right, then you guys can stay here tonight. I'll go pack my things." Gu Shanqing smiled, then instructed the steward to take good care of the honored guests. Gu Shanhe also said his goodbyes and went home to pack his things. "Big brother Xiaoyang, we're going back to the poison sect tomorrow. Let's go shopping. We have many scenic spots and historical sites here, as well as many cultivation resources. Maybe you'll like something? We're all from the Gu clan. If you like something, you can take it away." Gu Qianqian called out enthusiastically. Lan Jiaoye also wanted to go shopping, but she didn't want to conform to Gu Qianqian's wishes, so she kept her mouth shut. In any case, only Xiaoyang was going out, so she had to go with him. Chen Jifu glanced at them and said, "Why don't we all go out for a walk?" Li Qinghe agreed. "We haven't really walked around the ancient city, so let's go out together." And so the group left the Gu clan and walked through the streets of the ancient city. As they walked, they actually reached the Chao clan's main gates. From a distance, they saw a man and a woman kneeling in front of the gates. The man looked a little familiar. Wasn't that Gu Shanqing? What was going on? From what Xiaoyang knew, Gu Shanqing and Lady Chao were truly in love. But why were they kneeling in front of the gates? Just as he was about to walk over and ask about the situation, he saw a woman walk out of the gates. She was dressed in gold and silver, looking very extravagant. As soon as she stopped in front of Gu Shanqing and Lady Chao, she started cursing with all her might. "Gu Shanqing, why don't you take a look at yourself? What right do you have to marry my daughter? Do you have any medical skills? Can you treat my child's injuries? No, if you can't, then scram. Originally, Red Dust Guest was quite capable, but you forced Red Dust Guest to leave. My poor child, he can't even stand up now. My poor child. And you, little b****, let me tell you, don't even think about being together with this useless Gu Shanqing, unless you don't want this family anymore. Otherwise, hurry up and come back here. You're not even married yet, and you're already sticking to him like this. Don't you have any shame?" The beautiful woman from the Chao clan kept cursing. She became fiercer and fiercer, and even attracted the attention of many onlookers. When others saw this, many passers-by pointed and whispered. Lady Chao was a thin-skinned person. Under the discussion of many passers-by, she couldn't help but cry. This made Gu Shanqing's heart ache. He couldn't help but hug her. His actions were gentle, telling her not to be afraid. Chapter 537. "Look, you're not even married yet, and you're already acting like this. You're bringing shame to the family. Little bitch, get out, get out. The Chao family doesn't have a woman like you anymore." The beautiful woman from the Chao family yelled again and again. In short, he was very unhappy with Gu Shanqing and Gu Shanqing. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian couldn't stand it anymore. Lan Jiaoye, walked up angrily with her hands on her hips. She yelled at the beautiful woman from the Chow family, "What a shrew! You're insulting others in front of your own house, in front of so many people. Do you have any shame? Have you thought about your own face?" You, the beautiful woman from the Chow family, was choked by Lan Jiaoya's words. Her face turned red. "You, who are you? Are you married yet? This is my family's business. Who are you to interfere?" The beautiful woman from the Chow family yelled at Lan Jiaoya. Lan Jiaoya curled her lips. She was too lazy to deal with her. She turned around and looked at the beautiful woman from the Chow family. "Miss Chow, do you like Gu Shanqing? If you do, why don't you leave with him? The Chow family doesn't want you anymore. Why are you still thinking about this place?" The beautiful woman from the Chow family blushed. She glanced at Gu Shanqing and leaned on his shoulder, sobbing softly. No matter what, this was the place where she was born and raised. She couldn't leave just because she wanted to. People's feelings couldn't be easily cut off. "Get out, little bitch, get out. Anyway, the Chow family won't support you two being together. Especially you, Gu Shanqing. I will definitely seek justice from the elders of the Chow family. How dare you kidnap my daughter? If you don't have the ability, don't come to my house." The beautiful woman from the Chow family was getting angrier. Many years ago, she already knew that the young lady of the Chow family had reconciled with Gu Shanqing. At first, she was very optimistic and tacitly agreed to it. However, she met the red dust guest. The red dust guest was also interested in the young lady of the Chow family. Moreover, the red dust guest could help her child recover from his injuries. Therefore, for the sake of her child, her tacit agreement turned into opposition and conflict. Furthermore, even though the red dust guest was a rogue cultivator who did not care about his appearance, his cultivation was not weak either. He had already reached the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. He could not possibly mistreat the young lady of the Chow family. That was not the main point. The main point was that the red dust guest had the opportunity to help her child stand up again. Therefore, when comparing the two, he would rather choose Hong Chen Ku than Gu Shanqing. Why are you all here?" Gu Shanqing knelt on the ground. At this moment, he felt very embarrassed and a little embarrassed. What he had done had actually been seen by them. "If we didn't come, who knows how badly you would have been bullied. Really?" Lan Jiaoya stared at Gu Shanqing with resentment, feeling indignant for Gu Shanqing. I can handle this," Gu Shanqing said without much confidence. If he could handle it alone, how could the other party force the young couple to such an extent? "Don't force yourself. I heard from this old woman that her child is suffering from an old illness, and red dust guest can help. That's why she's against you two being together. Is that true?" Lan Jiaoya asked Gu Shanqing. Gu Shanqing silently nodded. "Old woman, if we can cure your child, you won't make things difficult for them like this, right?" Lan Jiaoya turned around and glared at the beautiful woman from the Chow clan. The beautiful woman from the Chow clan coldly snorted. She was very unhappy that Lan Jiaoya had called her old woman twice. Although she was old, she maintained her appearance well. Looking at her, she looked like a girl in her 20s. However, the other party mentioned her child, and it seemed like there was hope for her child to be cured. She didn't care too much and calmly said, "If you have the ability, I naturally won't have any objections. On the contrary, I'll support it with both hands. If you don't have the ability, then please go back to where you came from. Don't waste everyone's time here." Although her words were still harsh, her temper had been restrained. "Cousin, look at them. They really love each other. You should help them." Lan Jiaoya saw that the beautiful woman from the Chow clan had spoken. She immediately ran to Xiaoyang's side and acted like a spoiled child to Xiaoyang. She shook Xiaoyang's arm. Xiaoyang blinked. He looked at the beautiful woman from the Chow clan, then at the young woman from the Chow clan, and then at Gu Shanqing. He felt that everyone's eyes were on him. He couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He immediately said, "Young woman from the Chao clan, if I can cure her child, will you wholeheartedly follow Gu Shanqing? If not, then I'm sorry, but I have to go." I'm willing, the young woman from the Chao clan hurriedly said. Her voice was pleasant and very delicate. She originally liked Gu Shanqing. However, because of her brother's illness, she couldn't let go. This was the reason why she knelt here. She hoped that the clan would support her and forgive her. "And let's go and see the patient." Xiaoyang nodded and let them rise. Lan Jiaoye glanced at the beautiful woman from the Chao clan. She was still a little dissatisfied. She shouted and said, "Let's go." The beautiful woman from the Chao clan was angry, but she didn't dare to say anything. She lightly snorted and led them in. If these people could cure her child, she would naturally welcome them with a smile. However, if they couldn't, then she would definitely chase them out with a stick. After entering the Chao clan's residence, they came to a small courtyard. They pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. They saw a young man lying on a deck chair. He seemed to have fallen asleep. "Lower your voices. My child is asleep." The beautiful woman from the Chao clan reminded them in a low voice. Xiaoyang observed the situation of the young man from the Chao clan. There was nothing wrong with his legs. However, the meridians in his legs were blocked and didn't seem to be poisoned. Oh, Xiaoyang suddenly thought of it. So it was because he had gone mad during cultivation, causing his legs to be crippled. This was a little tricky. Xiaoyang frowned. "Go, show me the cultivation method he cultivates." Xiaoyang slowly said. The beautiful woman from the Chao clan instinctively refused. She was a little conflicted. In the major clans, cultivation methods were not leaked to outsiders. Who knew if these people could cure the patient? If they couldn't and the cultivation method was leaked, then wouldn't it cause a lot of trouble? "Go, why are you standing here? Don't you want him to stand up?" Lan Jiaoye unhappily urged. Xiaoyang explained, the reason why he can't stand up is because he went mad during cultivation. It caused the meridians in his legs to be blocked. If we don't start with the cultivation method, then it will be very difficult to help him stand up. After the beautiful woman from the Chao clan heard this, her expression changed slightly. She nodded and agreed. Then she turned around and left. After leaving for a while, she returned with a cultivation technique in her hand. Chapter 538. She handed the manual over to Xiaoyang with eyes full of expectation. Although the Chao family was not considered a major power in the ancient city, they were still able to invite famous doctors. After several months of deliberation and analysis, these doctors were able to determine that this was a case of cultivation deviation. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, was able to identify the illness with just one look. This meant that he had some ability. Even if it was just a wild guess, his luck was definitely heaven-defying. Perhaps he could really help her child stand up again. "Benefactor, you must help my child stand up. I will do anything you ask of me. I will kowtow to you first." The beautiful woman of the Chao family loved her son to an incomparable degree. She said this with a sobbing tone as she knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang hurriedly helped her up. He refused to accept and promised, "I will do my best." From his actions and expression, Lan Jiaoye did not feel that he was a hateful person. Instead, she felt some sympathy for him. Xiaoyang took the manual from her hands and began to read it. As he read, he frowned and pondered. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaoyang regained his senses and slowly said, "There's a problem with this manual. It is also incomplete. How could he cultivate this manual?" Based on the memories of his previous life as the king of all ages, Xiaoyang had memorized countless cultivation techniques. He could even create his own cultivation techniques. Just like the cultivation technique in his hand, he could see the flaws in it at a glance. When the beautiful woman from the Chao clan heard this, her beautiful face changed again. Only she knew that this cultivation method was incomplete. This was because she had brought this cultivation method from her maternal family. It was a one-step profound level cultivation method, because she couldn't bear to leave it behind. She had tried to let her child cultivate it. When she first started cultivating, her child's progress was twice as fast as others. He became the pride of the Chow clan and left many of his peers in the dust. However, as he continued to cultivate this cultivation method, her child became more and more abnormal. Later on, he even let out a roar, which led to his legs being crippled. She blamed herself for this and felt very guilty. She could not let go of this matter. "Benefactor, do you have a way to save him?" The beautiful woman from the Chow family spoke again with tears in her eyes. If Xiaoyang could make correct judgments time and time again, it meant that he could definitely do it. "Let's give it a try. If it succeeds, not only will your child be able to stand up, he will also be able to take a huge leap in his cultivation. If it fails, he will remain in this state." Xiaoyang said calmly, Okay. Benefactor, what do you need? Just tell me, and I'll arrange it." Seeing that there was hope, Madame Chow was naturally very eager. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "All of you can leave. Without my notice, no one is allowed to enter. Furthermore, there must be someone guarding the door. No one is allowed to enter." Okay. Let's all go out." The beautiful woman from the Chow family hurriedly replied. Then she was the first to leave. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianchan, Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing, Madame Chow, Chen Jifu, and Li Qinghe all followed. After they all left, Xiaoyang channeled his cultivation and closed the door. Then he began to set up arrays. This was a defensive array, a simple illusion array, and a shielding array. This was to prevent others from disturbing him at critical moments. After he finished setting up everything, he sat cross-legged on the ground. He was not in a hurry to make a move on the patient. Instead, he began to work on this martial art. He corrected the wrong knowledge and even added in his own ideas to perfect this martial art. In the end, no matter how perfect this martial art was, it was only a mystic level upper level martial art. Xiaoyang did not care about it. After spending a stick of incense's time, he finally finished modifying it. He glanced at the complete martial art and checked it again. After confirming that there were no problems, he let out a sigh of relief. Next is to help him cultivate. Once he succeeds and opens up the meridians in his feet, his cultivation will skyrocket. In the future, he will be able to continue cultivating this martial art. Xiaoyang was very clear about the consequences of this matter and muttered to himself. He stood up and walked to the patient's side. He stretched out his hand and shook the patient. He called out, "Wake up, wake up." The patient slowly woke up and opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain a deep universe. When one looked at it, they could not help but be fascinated and afraid. He did not panic, nor was he surprised. Instead, he was very calm. There seemed to be light flowing in his eyes. After more than a year, he had already seen through the vicissitudes of life. Therefore, he could already control his emotions freely. "Do it. I will cooperate with you." The patient spoke calmly. It was as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions. He could even determine Xiaoyang's intentions and determine Xiaoyang's identity. Very good. To tell you the truth, once you succeed, you can successfully enter the martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, this martial art will be able to support you until you reach Wuzun. Xiaoyang spoke calmly and passed the completed martial art to the patient. The patient was still expressionless and calm. He took the martial art that Xiaoyang passed to him with both hands and read it carefully. Then he fell into a state of enlightenment. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. The aura on his body became sharper, and his expression finally relaxed. How did you get it?" He was very shocked. As a young genius and a young man who had gone mad, he was very clear about how precious and rare it was to perfect a martial art. It was equivalent to someone giving him a black level, upper level martial art. This was a huge gift. Therefore, he was shocked, and his expression was one of disbelief. He glanced at Xiaoyang. No matter how he looked at it, This Xiaoyang was at most a few years older than him. How could such a young person have the ability to create or perfect a martial art? You don't have to understand this. You just need to know that this martial art can help you. I am here to help you this time. That is enough. Are you ready? Xiaoyang did not explain too much to the patient. The patient adjusted his state and said calmly, I am ready. Let's begin. Xiaoyang nodded and let the patient memorize the martial art. The patient had practiced this martial art for many years and had already memorized it. Now, he just needed to remember the perfect part. This was relatively easy for him. In less than 10 breaths, the patient closed his eyes and said slowly, I have memorized it. Xiaoyang nodded. Then he activated his 5th level martial arts Grandmaster cultivation and poured his cultivation into the patient's body. After the patient felt the circulation of his cultivation, he hurriedly activated his martial art and cooperated with Xiaoyang's treatment. In his meridians, the cultivation struck the meridians in his feet again and again. Because Xiaoyang's cultivation was strong, when it struck, the blocked meridians were like stones in a river and were instantly pushed away. Chapter 539. In other words, the meridians in the patient's feet had been opened. This made the patient extremely happy. This series of events only took 5 breaths of time. At this moment, the patient's meridians were all opened. In addition, the cultivation that he had accumulated previously erupted at this moment. He had successfully stepped into the martial Grandmaster realm from the 9th level martial master realm. Feeling the abundant strength in his body, he was very satisfied. He clenched the Quan Tong tightly, as if his entire body was filled with explosive power. He could not help but smile and look at Xiaoyang gratefully. Xiaoyang said calmly, you can stand up now. Moreover, this cultivation method can also allow you to cultivate to the Wu Zun realm. Try standing up. It's best to let your mother see. Your mother has been worried sick for you. As he spoke, he got up, put away the formation that he had set up earlier, and slowly walked to the door. He knew that the beautiful woman of the Chao clan, the young lady of the Chao clan, Gu Shanqing, and the others outside must be waiting bitterly. They might even be anxious and worried, but they were also filled with anticipation and nervousness. He had experienced these emotions before. After walking to the door and opening it, the beautiful woman of the Chao clan was the first to rush in. Her face was full of worry and concern. She asked anxiously, Benefactor, how is it? How is it? As he asked, he glanced at the young man from the Chao family. He saw that the young man, who had been lying on the recliner, was now able to stand up. He still looked as handsome as before, and he even seemed a little more fierce and domineering. My son, you're finally able to stand up. When the beautiful woman of the Chao clan saw the young man, she hurriedly ran over with a sobbing voice. Then she hugged him painfully. Her face was full of tears, and she was happy and touched. In the past year, not only had the young man suffered from disdain and ridicule, but she had also been questioned and challenged. Now, all these insults were about to disappear because her son could stand up again. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to have made a huge breakthrough. This was simply an opportunity from the heavens. Benefactor, thank you. My son, quickly thank your benefactor. If it weren't for your benefactor, you wouldn't be able to stand up. The beautiful woman from the Chao clan held the young man's hand and wanted to kneel before Xiaoyang. However, she was still rejected by Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said slowly, let the Chao family's young lady choose the person she likes. Then he walked out of the Chao family. All right. I will definitely keep my promise. Daughter, it was all Mother's fault in the past. Please forgive Mother. Mother supports you being together with Shanqing. Mother knows that the two of you are childhood sweethearts. Previously, I went overboard and was unreasonable. Shanqing, please forgive me. The young lady of the Chao family was moved to tears. She was also very happy. This time, she had finally won the support of her family. She could finally be together with the person she liked. Her brother could finally stand up again. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of my wife and not let her be wronged. Gu Shanqing repeatedly promised. This was a family matter. Li Qinghe, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Chanchan, Qin Jifu, Gu Shanhe, and the others all left one after another. Xiao Yang's group gathered again at the Chao clan's gates. He pursed his lips. We're done with shopping. Let's go back and rest for the night. We still have to return to the poison sect tomorrow. Li Qinghe, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Chanchan, and the others naturally had no objections and followed him back. Night fell. Gu Shanqing reluctantly bid farewell to Miss Chao and returned to the Gu clan. He personally found Xiaoyang and entered Xiaoyang's room. He knelt on the ground and expressed his gratitude. Brother Xiaoyang, many thanks. From now on, my life is yours. If you need anything, just let me know. All right, we're friends. Let's not talk about this. Xiaoyang released a bit of his cultivation base and allowed the other to stand up. Gu Shanqing expressed his gratitude and left the room to let Xiaoyang rest. At dawn the next day, Xiaoyang's group got up and gathered in the courtyard to head to the poison sect together. When they left the ancient city, they saw the young man from the Chao clan. Gu Shanqing thought the other party was looking for him and immediately asked, "Why are you here? Are you looking for me?" The young man was still expressionless as he shook his head. His gaze landed on Xiaoyang as he said calmly, "I'm here to see you off. Have a safe trip." Xiaoyang nodded, accepting his kind intentions. Half a month later, Xiaoyang's group returned to the poison sect. Han, Lu Quan, Bu Tianling, and the others had already returned to the poison sect for many days. When they saw each other again, they exchanged pleasantries. At this time, the head elder's voice rang out from Pine Tree's great hall. The vanguard team completed their mission perfectly. In fact, they even exceeded their quota, so you're allowed to enter the 2 great secret realms to cultivate and comprehend fortunes. As for which secret realm you want to enter, you can decide on your own. Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel excited. Right now, he was eager to increase his cultivation. As long as he could enter Venomous Insect Valley again, he could rely on the flamingo and the bloodthirsty ice silkworm to obtain the toxins he needed. Then, increasing his cultivation would be as easy as saying a word. Thank you for the sect's kindness. Xiaoyang, Bu Tianling, Feng Han, Gu Shanhe, Li Qinghe, and the others cupped their fists in gratitude. Afterwards, Lan Jiaoye happily jumped in front of Xiaoyang and said excitedly, "Cousin, we can enter the secret realms together again. I don't care, I want to go with you." Gu Chanchan also walked to Xiaoyang's side with light steps. Her meaning was obvious. She wanted to be with Xiaoyang. Every time they were with Xiaoyang, they could obtain their own fortunes. Bu Tianling, Feng Han, and Lu Quan cupped their fists and left. Although they had a good relationship with Xiaoyang's group and could be considered as life and death comrades, they still felt that it was better for them to choose their own secret realms. Last time, because Xiaoyang chose the Venomous Insect Valley, he almost caused them to die inside. With the shadow of that time, they didn't dare to compliment Xiaoyang's choice. Seeing Feng Han, Lu Quan, and Bu Tianlang leave, Gu Chanchan and Lanja couldn't help but laugh out loud because they remembered what happened in the Venomous Insect Valley. At that time, Bu Tianlang lost an arm inside, and Feng Han and Lu Quan were scared out of their wits. After leaving, they excitedly wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. They were afraid of Xiaoyang. Gu Shanhe and Gu Shanqing glanced at Xiaoyang, then cupped their fists and left. Their cultivation methods were different, so the secret realms they chose might not be the same. There was no need to waste such a great opportunity for a so-called friendship. Chapter 540. Xiaoyang nodded at them and told them to cultivate well before sending them off. What about you guys? What do you think? You have to rely on yourself to cultivate, so work hard. His gaze fell on Li Qinghe and Qin Jifu as he asked them calmly. If they chose to follow him into the secret realm, he would welcome them and at least take care of them. If they chose to cultivate in other secret realms, he wouldn't have any objections. After all, they were friends, so he had to respect them. Li Qinghe and Chen Jifu thought for a moment, then cupped their fists and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, I haven't decided which secret realm to go to yet. I have to go back and discuss it with my master. If we are fated, we will definitely meet again. Goodbye. You should cultivate well too. After all, you will be the pillar of the sect in the future and have a great responsibility." Xiaoyang also cupped his fists and watched them leave. His gaze fell on the two girls. "I don't care. I want to be with you. You can't get rid of me even if you want to. I'm not going back to the Elder's Peak. I want to go to the sect leader's peak and stick to you." Lan Jia kept pestering Xiaoyang, which made Xiaoyang smile bitterly. Although Gu Qianshan was more reserved and didn't say much, her meaning was clear. No matter what, she would follow Xiaoyang. The great elder only looked at the results of these two female disciples' cultivation and didn't care about the process, so he didn't ask too much. All right, let's go to the sect leader's peak first. I'll see which secret realm to go to later." Xiaoyang said helplessly. So, he brought the two girls to the sect leader's peak. The sect leader's peak wasn't a place where anyone could go. It was either someone who was proficient in arrays or someone who had permission to go up. Coincidentally, Xiaoyang had both. When he had both, he could bring people up without limit because arrays were nothing in his eyes. "Cousin, is this the sect leader's peak? The spiritual energy here is so dense." "Big brother Xiaoyang, I want to cultivate here. The spirit chi here is much denser than the elder's peak. You won't chase me away, right? Let me tell you, I won't leave." The two women, one on the left and one on the right, pulled Xiaoyang's hands and acted cute. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had to comfort them. "You can stay here as long as you want. Don't worry, no one will drive you away. If you encounter something you don't understand, you can ask me." Seeing that the two of them were sitting on the ground, cultivating, Xiaoyang used his movement skill and headed towards the only building in the area. Inside the building, the poison sect master was resting with his eyes closed. Xiaoyang glanced at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. He wanted to greet him, but he was afraid that he would disturb his master's rest, so he held back and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard the other party's voice. "Disciple, you're back?" Xiaoyang knew that the poison sect master had woken up. He hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. "Disciple greets master. Well, cultivate well. As for entering the secret territory, you can decide on your own. Of course, if you have any needs or want to cultivate any skills, you can tell master. Master is the master of a sect, after all. He will help you." The poison sect master looked at Xiaoyang with gratification and made a series of guarantees and promises. Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bid farewell and left. After walking out of the building, Xiaoyang thought to himself, although master didn't mention Qian again, he felt that he had to fulfill his promise. Perhaps this was master's test. He couldn't just ignore master's previous instructions. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang had the idea of choosing the secret territory. It was the Buddha Pavilion secret territory, also known as the Buddha realm. Inside, the Buddhist Dharma was as vast as the sea, and there were countless scriptures. There were even incarnations of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats in the secret territory. If one was fated, they would definitely be able to obtain good fortune. Xiaoyang also chose a place in the sect leader's peak and sat cross-legged to cultivate. He began to calm his mind, carefully recalling what had happened during this period of time, and then began to summarize. Until midnight, he felt that his understanding of life and the sea of suffering had deepened. In the remaining time, he began to cultivate the first heavenly scroll, the heaven-devouring poison tyrant technique, and the greater teleportation technique. The next morning, when the first ray of light descended, Xiaoyang also woke up. After cultivating for a night, although he didn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he had made some progress. He had already decided that it would be best to solve Qi Yan's problem first. He couldn't delay it any longer, so as not to disappoint his master. After all, his master had already explained this matter when they were in Evil Mountain. Not to mention, Qi Yan was his master's junior brother. According to seniority, he had to call Qi Yan martial uncle. Xiao Yang tidied up his clothes, patted the dew off his body, and began to descend the mountain. After walking a few steps, he remembered that he had brought Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He used his movement technique and arrived in front of them. He calmly said, "Hey, do you want to cultivate here, or do you want to go to the Buddha Pavilion's secret territory with me?" Gu Qianshan and Lan Jiaoye woke up with excitement in their eyes. When they heard that they were going to enter the secret territory, they couldn't wait to stand up and urged, "Go, go, go, hurry up. It doesn't matter which secret territory it is, as long as we follow you." This was the simple and pure thoughts of the two women. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly and led them to the Buddha Pavilion. The Buddha Pavilion was a huge pavilion built on Buddha Mountain. If you wanted to enter the Buddha realm, you had to greet them and get their permission. The three of them walked according to the route marked on the map. In less than 15 minutes, they had arrived at the Buddha Pavilion on Buddha Mountain. A man walked out of the Buddha Pavilion. It was Elder Buddha. "Brother Xiao Yang, how come it's you?" Elder Buddha was very excited when he saw Xiao Yang. He was a little surprised. Whether it was in Chaos City or Evil Mountain, Xiao Yang's performance was absolutely full marks. He had won their admiration. "Greetings, Elder Buddha. We're here to enter the Buddha realm," Xiao Yang said frankly. I didn't expect that." "Haha. Could it be that Brother Xiao Yang has figured out the truth that all 6 paths are bitter?" Elder Buddha poked fun at him. Although the Buddha Pavilion was one of the poison sect's 10 great pavilions, those who didn't believe in it were always conflicted and disgusted by it. Of course, for those who believed in it, it was a holy land. Xiao Yang smiled and explained, "Don't overthink it. I'm not joining the Buddha Pavilion. I just want to enter the Buddhist song secret territory to cultivate. Even if I can't comprehend Buddhism, it's not a bad idea to rest my mind." Good, good, good. It's rare for Brother Xiao Yang to have such understanding. Come, I'll take you through the procedures. With my help, it'll be much faster. Chapter 541. Elder Fo personally led the way. First, he went to report. Then he got a pen and paper to record. Then he submitted the application and waited for the review of the Buddha song. Usually, the review would take a day or 3 to 5 days. However, with the help of the Buddha Pavilion elder, the review was delivered in less than half an hour. Therefore, Xiao Yang and the other two easily obtained the token to enter the Buddha song realm. Elder Fo, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, we would have to wait for a few days. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Yang asked. Since the other party was so honest with him, he was naturally grateful. Whether the other party needed help or not, this kind of greeting was necessary. If the other party needed help, it was not a big deal to help him. Elder Fo originally just wanted to help Xiao Yang and did not have any ulterior motives. But when Xiao Yang asked, he really thought of something that he needed Xiao Yang's help with. He was a little embarrassed and smiled. If he made a request at this time, would Xiao Yang misunderstand? He originally intended to make friends with Xiao Yang and did not have any ulterior motives. But if he asked for help at this moment, would the nature of the relationship change? Elder Fo, with our relationship, there is no need to distinguish between you and me. Hurry up! I have something to do in the Buddha song realm. Xiao Yang said with a smile, hoping that Elder Fo would not think too much. Between friends, there was no need to be so calculative. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Elder Fo did not hold back and said embarrassedly, "There is indeed a little help. Of course, if I can help, I will. If I can't, I won't force you. Moreover, there are dangers in the Buddha song realm. Just do what you can." Well, just say it, Xiao Yang asked. If it was something that could not be done, he naturally would not force it. I have recently comprehended a scripture called the Amitabha Sutra, but the original text is too profound, and there are many mysterious principles in it. I can't fully comprehend it, so I hope Brother Xiaoyang can see if he can find the explanation of Master Shandao in the Buddha song realm, or quote, or experience, or the annotations of other masters. Please. Elder Fo said, sincerely with a sincere expression. So it was about this matter. He had heard that the scriptures in the secret realm of the Buddha Pavilion were as vast as the sea. There were countless explanations and biographies of various eminent monks. There were even many incarnations among them. If he wanted to find this explanation in the sky full of scriptures, it would not be a simple matter. All right, let me see. If I find it, I will bring it to you. If I don't find it, I won't force it. Xiaoyang agreed. All right. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang. Amitabha. Haha, that's great. It's up to fate. Elder Fo was overjoyed and excited. As a person who cultivated Buddhism, he naturally understood karma. It was fine as long as he worked hard. Whether he was fated to find it or not was up to fate. This was something that could not be forced. Once you had a strong desire, then what awaited you would be endless pain. Because once your desire was not satisfied, you would be anxious and sad and even complain. Once you were satisfied, you would be afraid of losing it. Then, let's enter the Buddha song realm. Xiaoyang cupped his fists at Elder Fo. Elder Fo said gratefully, well, to enter the Buddha song realm, you have to be teleported in. I have been there before. Let's go. I will take you to the teleportation point. Saying that, he walked in front, and the three followed behind him. Fortunately, they met Elder Fo. Otherwise, the process and procedures would really be a headache. Xiaoyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Under Elder Fo's lead, they quickly arrived at the teleportation point. The three of them entered the teleportation array. After the preparations were completed, the member in charge of the teleportation activated the array. A Buddhist light descended and enveloped Xiaoyang and the other two, instantly teleporting them away. Good luck. Elder Fo muttered to himself. When Xiaoyang and the others reappeared, they were in a place filled with Buddhist light. As far as the eye could see, this place was infinitely large, infinitely wide, infinitely long, and infinitely deep. It was as if they were walking in the void. Although the Buddhist light illuminated the void, it was not dazzling. When it enveloped one's body, it made one feel comfortable. If one was immersed in the Buddhist light, one would hear ancient Buddhas preaching scriptures. Moreover, these scriptures could change according to one's heart. In other words, whatever scripture one wanted to hear, as long as one had a thought, the Buddhist light would immediately evolve into the scripture as one wished. It was incomparably wonderful. Cousin, so this is the Buddha song realm? It's really wonderful. It's so comfortable here. I want to stay here. Lan Jiaye said with a smile. She skipped toward Xiaoyang. Gu Qianshan also showed an expression of enjoyment. She walked lightly and slowly toward Xiaoyang. In this vast void, scriptures floated by from time to time. These scriptures were all in Sanskrit, flickering with bright light. Let's go and see. Xiaoyang said faintly. Walking in this infinite place, it seemed as if they would never reach the end. It also seemed as if they were always walking in the same place because everywhere was the same. Except for the Buddhist light and scriptures, it was still the same Buddhist light and scriptures. There was no change. The only difference was the scriptures. Every time they walked a little further, the words of the scriptures would slowly change. Xiaoyang clearly remembered that at the beginning of the journey, the Heart Sutra appeared. When he continued to walk, the Diamond Sutra appeared. The length of the journey was all determined by the length of the scriptures. It was really wonderful. Even if Xiaoyang was the eternal poison sovereign in his previous life, he had little contact with the Buddhist doctrine. Big Brother Xiaoyang, this place is too magical. I wonder what will happen if we cultivate here. Gu Qianshan really wanted to cultivate. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and pondered for a while before he slowly said, Before we entered this place, the Buddha Pavilion gave each of us a teleportation jade strip. If we encounter any danger, we can crush the teleportation jade strip to be teleported out. How about this? All of you can peacefully cultivate here. If you encounter any danger or wish to leave, just crush the teleportation jade strip. This way, all of you will be teleported out. Don't worry, I will also leave after completing what I want to do. Gu Qianqian tilted her swan-like neck. After thinking for a moment, she crisply agreed and said, "Okay, big brother Xiaoyang, be careful." Lan Jiaoye didn't want to walk anymore. For her, everywhere was the same. There was really no need to walk. Walking was boring, and she didn't know how long she would walk. So her laziness broke out. She immediately said, "Cousin, I will accompany sister Qianqian to cultivate here. You pay more attention to safety. If you encounter danger, crush the transmission jade slip." Chapter 542. Usually when she was jealous of Gu Qianqian, she would call Gu Qianqian a slut. Now that the two of them needed each other's help, she called her sister Qianqian. Xiaoyang really did not understand the world of women. Alright, be careful, Xiaoyang said and continued to move forward. This time he did not walk slowly. Instead, he used his movement skill and activated his cultivation to move a few hundred feet. Wherever he went, he saw countless scriptures. One of the scriptures immediately caught his attention. Within his range, the scriptures of the Amitabha Sutra appeared. Xiaoyang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of the ancient Buddha's talisman in his storage ring. Wasn't it the heart curse of Amitabha? Let's see if it works. Xiaoyang thought, and then took out the talisman. This talisman was a Buddhist talisman. According to the Buddha Pavilion elder, this was the ancient Buddha's talisman left behind by Amitabha. Previously, it had helped Xiaoyang a lot and used up 90% of its Buddhist power. At that time, Xiaoyang wanted to see if he could find a way to restore the Buddhist power on the talisman. Now that he had entered the Buddha Pavilion arcane realm, this was undoubtedly the best way. When Xiaoyang took out the talisman, the scriptures floating in the surroundings suddenly reacted. As if they had sensed something, the light became stronger and the frequency of their flickering increased. It works. When Xiaoyang noticed the changes in the scriptures around him, he could not help but be happy and excited. In his eyes, he saw the scriptures floating in the air gather one by one and merge into the talisman. Every time the talisman absorbed a scripture, his Buddhist power increased a little. This discovery made Xiaoyang overjoyed. This talisman was really a good thing. Needless to say, it was powerful. More importantly, he could use it. Even if he were to fight against a 7th or 8th level martial arts grandmaster, he would not be afraid. Xiaoyang waited patiently and looked forward to it. After waiting for a while, Xiaoyang felt a little bored. He didn't know how long it would take for the talisman to fully replenish its Buddhist power. So, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate silently. Cultivating here was simply twice the result with half the effort, because the existence of the Buddha's light could calm one's mind. Xiaoyang immediately fell in love with her. He was immersed in cultivation, and his comprehension of the heaven-devouring poison tyrant art gradually deepened. At this rate, he believed that he could comprehend the next volume in less than a month. Xiaoyang's comprehension and cultivation of the art of great teleportation had also improved greatly, allowing the domain that he couldn't touch before to appear in front of him at this moment. When Xiaoyang opened his eyes again, he saw that the talisman was full of Buddhist power and seemed to have recovered to its peak state. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up and his expression became excited. With a wave of one hand, the talisman flew back to his hand. Looking at the golden ancient Buddhist talisman in his hand, he was overjoyed and couldn't bear to part with it. He could feel that this talisman contained an amazing purifying power. Xiaoyang looked around again. Previously, the scripture words merged in one after another, but when those words disappeared, new words appeared again. It was as if they had never disappeared, and the trajectory of movement was exactly the same. He reached out and touched the light of the words, but it passed through in an instant. Where can I find the explanation of Master Shan Dao that Elder Fo wants? Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel a little worried. He frowned and pondered. According to his guess, the Amitabha Sutra appeared here. If they were also classified, the explanation should be nearby. After Xiao Yang searched around, he still couldn't find what Elder Fo Go was talking about. He didn't stay any longer and continued to walk forward to see if he could find it. After searching for half a day, Xiao Yang still couldn't find it. He had to give up. He comforted himself and murmured, "Elder Fo Go, you can't blame me for this. I've been looking for half a day, but I still can't find it. Forget it. I'll go complete the task Master gave me first. I'll talk to Scarlet Flame first." Xiao Yang comforted himself. He couldn't waste his time here because of Elder Fo G's matter. It wasn't easy to come in here. If he delayed his business, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Besides, after solving Scarlet Flame's matter, he still wanted to cultivate here. After all, the environment here was clean, the Buddhist light was holy, and it could calm his mind. Tracking technique, chase. Xiao Yang formed a seal with both hands and cast a tracking technique. Suddenly, a light flew out from his body. He hurriedly tailed the light and chased after it. When Scarlet Flame was brought back to the poison sect, he was directly placed in the Buddha Pavilion's secret realm. According to the sect master and pavilion lord Fo G's original intention, they wanted to use Buddhist Dharma to eliminate Scarlet Flame's demonic nature. Of course, this was also his own idea. Although Xiao Yang didn't know much about Buddhist Dharma, he still understood some basic Buddhist principles. The tracking technique was something that the poison sect master had used on Scarlet Flame. Through it, he could easily find Scarlet Flame's location. Although the poison sect master hadn't taught Xiao Yang the tracking technique, Xiao Yang had used it many times in his past life. Now, with his memories, understanding, and his own cultivation, he could easily use it. After chasing after the light, Xiao Yang arrived at a new place in less than an incense stick's worth of time. The reason he called it a new place was because the golden characters here were from the Sangha Sutra. As for everything else, it was the same. 10 feet in front of Xiao Yang stood a figure. It was Scarlet Flame, the former leader of the Heretical Cultivator Alliance and the junior brother of the Poison Sect's sect master. He was also a cultivator of the 9th Earth's devil arts. Should I call you Scarlet Flame or Martial Uncle? Xiao Yang looked at the figure and said calmly. Scarlet Flame slowly turned around, his expression much calmer. Perhaps it was because he'd been affected by the Buddhist light here for so many days, but his face had become much more benevolent. However, there was still a ruthless aura around him. That aura was because he cultivated the 9th Earth's demon arts. His demonic nature was born from ruthlessness and evil thoughts. Scarlet Flame stared at Xiao Yang and couldn't help but furrow his brows thoughtfully. As long as you're happy, it doesn't matter what you call me. I'm here to help you. Xiao Yang expressed his intentions. Scarlet Flame sneered and continued. Although you have secrets on you, it doesn't mean that you can help me. After all, not everyone knew about the 9th Earth's demon arts. Xiao Yang didn't mind Scarlet Flame's attitude and explained, the 9th Earth's demon arts, when cultivated to the extreme, are both evil and demonic. Chapter 543. As long as you are an extreme evil or demon, you will be able to break through to Wu Zun. Once you reach Wu Zun, you will no longer be affected by evil and demonic thoughts. Scarlet Flame's eyes narrowed as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Xiao Yang in shock. This was indeed the effect of the 9th Earth's demonic technique, or rather its drawback. He never thought that Xiao Yang would be so clear about it. Xiao Yang ignored his shock and explained, however, many people who cultivate this technique die at the 9th level of martial ancestor realm because they are unable to comprehend the final level, which is the extreme evil and the extreme demon. Scarlet Flame was deep in thought. What Xiaoyang said was true. Even he had been stuck at this level for many years and found it difficult to advance. Moreover, because of the demonic influence, he gradually lost his mind and became bloodthirsty and cruel. It was at that moment that he established the Evil Cultivator Alliance. Then, how do you want to help me? Scarlet Flame asked. Originally, he did not have high hopes for Xiaoyang. However, what Xiaoyang said was the truth. He already firmly believed that Xiaoyang was not an ordinary youth. Xiaoyang let out a sigh of relief. Scarlet Flame had finally relented. This allowed him to achieve something. It's very simple. The same old plan. Dharma. He said simply. Scarlet Flame snorted with disdain. It was very simple. He did not like Dharma. Ever since he entered this place, he had been very bored. However, he had no interest in comprehending Dharma. It was better for him to stay here and stare blankly or laugh foolishly. Xiaoyang could already see his disgust and resistance from Scarlet Flame's expression. He continued to ignore him and explained, one is extreme evil, one is extreme good, one is extreme demon, one is extreme Buddha, one is positive and one is negative. No matter if it's positive or negative, you can become venerated. Don't you understand? After Scarlet Flame heard Xiaoyang's words, his mind shook. His eyes widened and his breathing became rapid again. Yes, according to Xiaoyang's explanation, cultivating the ninth earth's demonic technique was no different from cultivating Dharma. One was positive and the other was negative. As long as it was the other way around, evil was good and good was evil. Similarly, if the demonic nature of the ninth earth's demonic art were to be converted into Buddha nature, it would be a different approach to achieve the same result. At this moment, Scarlet Flame was suddenly enlightened. Then he bowed deeply to Xiaoyang. The reason why Xiaoyang knew all this was because he had become a venerable in his previous life. His name was Venerable Poison Venerable, although the direction of his attainment was different. After reaching that level, it was the same as comprehending the origin of the world and grasping the laws. This ancient Buddhist talisman is for you. Xiaoyang raised his hand and reluctantly sent out the ancient Buddhist talisman. Scarlet Flame did not refuse. As a ninth-level martial ancestor realm cultivator, he looked down on talismans, especially talismans that were not as powerful as a ninth-level martial ancestor realm cultivator. However, this ancient Buddhist talisman was not simple. The Buddhist power it contained was also inconceivable. It just so happened that it could be used against him. After Scarlet Flame received the talisman, he glanced at it and immediately activated the talisman. Buddhist light suddenly bloomed. Within the Buddhist light, a blurry Buddha statue condensed. It was the Buddha statue of Amitabha. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see what Scarlet Flame was going to do. Then he saw Scarlet Flame place the talisman in his hand on his forehead. The moment he finished his action, the blurry Buddha statue also moved. It moved to Scarlet Flame's forehead and sat there. The Buddhist light and Buddhist power that had been released surged into Scarlet Flame's body in an instant. Ah! A violent scream came out of Scarlet Flame's mouth. In Xiaoyang's eyes, he could see that Qi Yan sometimes turned into the black-robed man and sometimes into the Buddha's light man. It was as if good and evil were constantly changing, and also as if the Buddha and the devil were constantly fighting without end. This was the Buddhist pavilion's arcane realm. Naturally, demons could not be allowed to exist. When Scarlet Flame's demonic nature erupted and turned into a black robe, the various scriptures and Buddhist light around him were like a rising tide. They swept over and integrated into Scarlet Flame's body. Originally, an ancient Buddhist talisman alone couldn't resist the demonic nature. However, with the support of many Buddhist lights and Buddhist power in the surroundings, the demonic nature was weakened to a great extent. Even the figure of the condensed black robe became a lot dimmer. On the contrary, the Buddha statue on his forehead gradually solidified. There was even the sound of chanting. This made Xiaoyang feel that it was really a feast for the eyes. As Scarlet Flame screamed again and again, and as Xiaoyang's demonic nature erupted again and again, and as the Buddhist light and Buddhist power moved and poured into him, Scarlet Flame had completely suppressed the demonic nature. The Buddhist nature was now in an absolute position. At this moment, Scarlet Flame's body was exuding a strong Buddhist light. His face was kind, and even his temperament had become kind, without the previous ruthlessness and viciousness. It was also at this moment that the surrounding Buddhist light and scriptures changed again. Majestic and holy Buddhist shadows appeared one after another in the void. There were Sakyamuni Buddha above, Amitabha Buddha below, Vajra Buddha in front, Lion Buddha behind, Glazed Medicine Buddha on the left, and Light King Buddha on the right. Slightly below these Buddhas, there were countless bodhisattvas. There were lights of various colors. Below the bodhisattvas there were many arhats. These bodhisattvas surrounded Scarlet Flame and kept chanting scriptures. Scarlet Flame was constantly receiving the support of Buddhist power and slowly changed. Not long after, the black robe condensed from his demonic nature completely collapsed and turned into ashes. It was completely purified. At this point, Scarlet Flame had completely eliminated his demonic nature and reached the supreme Buddhist realm. He was called Wu Zun. Another Wu Zun was born. Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh with emotion, envy in his eyes. Congratulations, Martial Uncle Scarlet Flame. You've become a supreme. Xiaoyang slowly said. Any expert who stepped into Wu Zun wouldn't be affected by good and evil thoughts because they didn't have the concept of good and evil. Amitabha Buddha. Scarlet Flame's body flickered with light, condensing into a kasaya. He put his palms together and called out a Buddhist prayer to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. He'd finally completed his master's instructions and helped Scarlet Flame eliminate his Buddhist nature. It looked like the poison sect had gained another Wu Zun. He'd done a meritorious service. Oh, I almost forgot. That Buddha Pavilion fellow told me to record Venerable Shandao's explanation. Look, isn't that monk in the direction of Amitabha Buddha explaining? Xiaoyang didn't dare delay. He quickly took out a jade slip and recorded it down. This phenomenon lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before slowly dissipating. Xiaoyang had finished recording it down. Once he left, he'd be able to answer to Buddha Pavilion's elder. Martial Uncle, this martial nephew needs to take this opportunity to cultivate. Farewell. Xiaoyang said his goodbyes and used his movement technique to leave. He chose a place and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Chapter 544. Previously, he had been cultivating here, and his cultivation speed was several times faster than outside. He had to take this opportunity to further comprehend the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art and the art of greater teleportation. Time flew by, and Xiaoyang's cultivation was slowly increasing. During this period of time, he had comprehended 2 volumes of the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art. His cultivation realm had broken through to the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. For more volumes, and I'll be done. Once I finish cultivating the 1st volume of the heavenly book, I'll be guaranteed to step into the Wu Zun realm. Xiaoyang muttered to himself as his eyes flashed. Xiaoyang stopped cultivating the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art and started cultivating the art of greater teleportation. The reason why he did this was because he had reached a bottleneck in cultivating the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art. He could no longer advance and could only meditate for a period of time. On the contrary, cultivating the art of greater teleportation would allow him to improve rapidly. He calmed his heart and cultivated, comprehending the art of greater teleportation in his mind. If he really couldn't comprehend it, he would look for the insights and experiences left behind by the poison sect master to help him comprehend it. The insights and experiences left behind by master are really good stuff. After a long time, Xiaoyang slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. There was a faint light circulating around his body. This was a phenomenon that would only appear when one's comprehension had improved greatly. It's a pity that now is not the time to comprehend the third volume of the art of greater teleportation. Even so, Xiaoyang was still excited. He felt that he was only half a step away from comprehending the third volume of the art of greater teleportation. It was equivalent to taking half a step into the third volume, and he was just short of an opportunity to break through. After comprehending the third volume, he would possess divine power and be able to teleport anywhere. Just thinking about it made him excited. It's time to go out. I don't know how long I've been here. Xiaoyang got up and searched for Lan Jiaya and Gu Qianqian according to his memory. He didn't know if the two women had left. It was easy to leave the Buddha Pavilion's secret realm. All one had to do was crush the teleportation jade slip in their hands. Basically, everyone who entered would receive a teleportation jade slip from the Buddha Pavilion. After walking for a while, Xiaoyang returned to the place where he had separated from the two women. Ever since he had advanced to the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, his walking speed was naturally incomparably fast. His figure flashed, and every time he flashed he would be 100 feet away. After arriving here, Xiaoyang glanced around, but he didn't see Lan Jiaya and Gu Qianqian. He couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking, they probably went out. However, he was a little unwilling to give up and was worried that he would leave them behind. Immediately, he unleashed his divine sense. His divine sense spread out in all directions like waves, enveloping an area of 100,000 feet. The void within this 100,000 feet was almost the same. It was filled with Buddhist light, pure and holy. Only the scriptures were different. Seeing that Lan Jiaya and Gu Qianqian were nowhere to be seen, Xiaoyang retracted his spiritual consciousness and confirmed that the two women had really left. It's time for me to go out, Xiaoyang whispered to himself. He took out the teleportation jade slip from his storage ring and crushed it. The moment he crushed it, a ray of light shrouded Xiaoyang. This light carried the power of teleportation. This power swept over Xiaoyang and instantly sent him out of the Buddha Pavilion's secret realm. This trip to the Buddha Pavilion's secret realm could be considered a successful end. First, he had completed the task given by the poison sect master. He had helped Qi Yen cut off his demonic nature and helped him advance to the martial ancestor realm. Second, he had also advanced to the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Third, he had also helped the Buddha Pavilion's elder obtain Master Shan Yuan's explanation of the Amitabha Sutra. If these weren't important, then Xiaoyang's divine sense had skyrocketed from 100,000 feet to 100,000 feet. This was enough for him to be proud of. It was estimated that no one below Wu Zun could compare with him in terms of divine sense. It should be known that only Wu Zun had the ability to cover 100,000 feet with his divine sense. The reason why Xiaoyang had such a terrifying divine sense at the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm was entirely due to his cultivation of the art of great teleportation. In addition, he had recalled many memories from his previous life which had strengthened his soul. As a result, it had reached a level that ordinary people couldn't reach. Swoosh! When Xiaoyang reappeared, he was already at the Buddha Mountain's teleportation pavilion. There were people waiting there. It was Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianqian, and the Buddha Pavilion's elder, big brother Xiaoyang. Cousin. As soon as the two girls saw Xiaoyang, their expressions became extremely excited, and they shouted out loud, "Brother Xiaoyang!" The Buddha Pavilion's elder was equally excited. His eyes shone brightly. Perhaps others couldn't see anything, but as a 6th level martial ancestor realm, he could see the changes in Xiaoyang at a glance. First, it was Xiaoyang's temperament and cultivation aura. Next, it was the nourishment of his spirit. Brother Xiaoyang, it seems that you have benefited a lot from the Buddha Pavilion's secret realm this time. The Buddha Pavilion's elder said with a smile. Xiaoyang looked at the three of them. Seeing that they were fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, I brought the scriptures you wanted." As he spoke, he took out a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to the Buddha Pavilion's elder. This jade slip recorded the scriptures that the Buddha Pavilion's elder needed. The reason why this task was completed so smoothly was thanks to Chien. When Chien cut off the demonic nature and broke through to Wu Zun, many Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Masters appeared. This gave Xiaoyang the opportunity to record Master Shan Dao's explanation of the Amitabha Sutra. Really? That's great. Thank you so much, Brother Xiaoyang. I knew that Brother Xiaoyang is a blessed person. Ha! The Buddha Pavilion's elder smiled and took the jade slip from Xiaoyang's hand. He released his divine sense and read the explanation inside. When he saw that it was the scripture he needed, he became even more excited and happy. That, Brother Xiaoyang, I'll treat you to a meal later. I'll take my leave first. The Buddha Pavilion's elder acted as if he had obtained a rare treasure. He cherished the jade slip and couldn't wait to go back and study it. Xiaoyang naturally knew what the other was thinking. He nodded and said, "Take care, we'll talk later." After watching the Buddha Pavilion's elder leave, Lan Jia walked a few steps closer and asked, "Brother Xiaoyang, what did you give him? He's so happy and excited." Lan Jia was also curious. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Xiaoyang with watery eyes. Xiaoyang smiled and calmly explained, "It's a scripture with Master Shan Dao's explanation. The Buddha Pavilion's elder asked me to look for it. I just happened to come across it. Big Brother Xiaoyang is really a person with great fortune and opportunity." Gu Qianqian smiled. "You two are also not bad. Your cultivation has also improved a lot." Xiaoyang praised the two of them. The three of them left. After walking far away, Xiaoyang saw that the two women had no intention of returning to the Elder's Peak. He didn't ask any more and directly took them back to the Sect Master's Peak. Ah, so fast. Chapter 545. Xiaoyang flew with them. The speed was so fast that Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Sect Master's Peak. "Cultivate well. I'll report the situation to Master." Xiaoyang spoke softly. Then he unleashed his cultivation and rushed to his residence. Inside the residence, the Poison Sect Master was reviewing a document. After Xiaoyang entered, he didn't dare to disturb him. He waited quietly by the side. After a long time, the Poison Sect Master put down the document in his hand and raised his head. When he saw Xiaoyang, he was shocked. "Oh, my disciple. Not bad. You just went to the Buddha Pavilion's mystic realm, and your cultivation has increased by another level." The Poison Sect head praised with a smile. After all, he was a martial arts grandmaster. He could see the changes in Xiaoyang at a glance. "I was just lucky. What's important is to help Uncle Master eliminate the demonic nature with the help of Buddhism." Xiaoyang smiled and said slowly, How's the progress? Did you succeed?" The Poison Sect Master was serious. After all, this wasn't a matter to joke about. Xiaoyang regained his seriousness and said calmly, "It's a success. Uncle Master has stepped into Wu Zun and joined the Buddha Pavilion." Good. Haha, beautiful." The Poison Sect Master couldn't help but laugh excitedly. He looked at Xiaoyang with gratification. The more he looked at him, the more affectionate he became. "All right, you can rest for a while. You can do whatever you want. Consider this a benefit for you." The Poison Sect Master waved his hand, indicating that Xiaoyang could do as he pleased. Recently, he had been refining the God Striking Whip whenever he had time. However, he hadn't completed it yet, so he couldn't promise Xiaoyang anything. The God Striking Whip he refined was naturally more powerful than the original one. Xiaoyang walked out of his residence and came face to face with the Buddha Pavilion Master. "Brother Xiaoyang." Pavilion Lord Fu, a dignified pavilion lord, actually came to find Xiaoyang. This left Xiaoyang in disbelief. Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't neglect him. After all, he represented the face of the Poison Sect Master, so he still understood basic manners. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed, then calmly said, "Pavilion Master FO Master is inside. Do you need me to inform him?" He subconsciously thought that Pavilion Lord FO was here to look for the poison sect master. "Brother Xiaoyang, I'm here to look for you," Pavilion Lord Buddha said with a smile, his face full of compassion. Xiaoyang was a little puzzled and asked in surprise, "Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? I'm just a little disciple." "Hey, Brother Xiaoyang, you're too modest. Who doesn't know your ability? Don't be modest." Pavilion Lord Buddha laughed and continued, "Brother Xiaoyang, I'm here to thank you. I know that you helped Pavilion Lord Fu and Qi Yan. Qi Yan and Wu Zun joining my Buddha Pavilion is all because of Brother Xiaoyang's ability." As he spoke, he took out a sarira from his body and handed it to Xiaoyang, explaining, "Brother Xiaoyang, please don't mind. This is a Buddhist sarira. Please accept it." Xiaoyang was a little moved and narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt about the value of a sarira. In such a large Buddha pavilion, there were only 3 to 5 sariras collected. Pavilion Lord Buddha was offering one at a time, which showed his sincerity. "Pavilion Lord Buddha, this is too precious. Besides, I didn't do anything. What I did was what I should do." Xiaoyang repeatedly refused. From the bottom of his heart, he was just helping his master fulfill his wish. "You must accept it. Brother Xiaoyang, if you feel indebted, why don't you do me a little favor?" Pavilion Lord Buddha stated his purpose for coming. Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party had a favor to ask, he would not take it for free. "Well, tell me, what can I help you with?" Xiaoyang said softly. Pavilion Lord Buddha thought of this and could not help but sigh helplessly. He slowly said, "It's like this. Our Buddha Pavilion has an ancient scripture left behind, but this ancient scripture is incomplete. Now, we can only rely on the comprehension of generations to see if we can restore it completely. So, I also hope that Brother Xiaoyang can give it a try." Xiaoyang suddenly felt relieved. Although he was the eternal poison lord in his previous life, he did not have a deep understanding of the Buddhist doctrine. The chances of him being of help were not great. He originally wanted to refuse Pavilion Lord Buddha, but seeing how sincere Pavilion Lord Buddha was, he could not bear to refuse. He could only agree and said, "I can try, but I can't guarantee success." I understand. You just have to try." Pavilion Lord Buddha also breathed a sigh of relief. His brows relaxed as he spoke slowly. "Then let's go. We'll go now." Xiaoyang was also a straightforward person. Since he had agreed, he would naturally try his best to fulfill it. "Okay, I'll take you there." Pavilion Lord Buddha responded excitedly. He unleashed his cultivation and led the way back to Buddha Mountain. After arriving at Buddha Mountain, Pavilion Lord Buddha pointed to the ancient bell halfway up the mountain and explained, "The incomplete scripture is recorded in the ancient bell. As long as the bell is rung, the scripture will appear. However, the scripture that appears is also incomplete. It is extremely difficult to restore it." Xiaoyang nodded to show that he understood. When they reached halfway up the mountain, they saw that there were already several people waiting there. The moment these people saw Xiaoyang coming over, their faces showed unfriendliness. One of them was the Vice Pavilion Lord of the Buddha Pavilion. He was dressed in a beautiful robe. When he saw Xiaoyang coming over, he said, sarcastically, "Oh, this is the famous Xiaoyang. You have an impressive appearance and extraordinary temperament. No wonder the Pavilion Lord personally went to invite you and deliberately delayed the restoration of the scripture for a few days. He was waiting for you. I want to see what you're capable of." Xiaoyang frowned. He really did not know that the Pavilion Lord delayed the restoration of the scripture in order to wait for him. From this, it could be seen that the Pavilion Lord valued him very much. On the other hand, the Vice Pavilion Lord and the others looked down on him. "That's enough. Stop talking." Pavilion Lord Buddha softly reprimanded. The Vice Pavilion Lord's disciple, Wu Hua, did not listen. Relying on the fact that he was the most outstanding disciple of the Buddha Pavilion, he looked at Xiaoyang with disdain and said, "Since the Pavilion Lord values you so much, I hope you'll be proud later. The Saraira is not so easy to obtain." He was jealous and envious. As the most outstanding disciple of the Buddha Pavilion and the eldest senior brother of the disciples, he was not qualified to obtain the Saraira. Instead, it was given to an outsider, Xiaoyang. Of course, he was angry. At the same time, the Vice Pavilion Lord was defending him and was very dissatisfied with the Pavilion Lord's actions. The several disciples surrounding Wu Hua also looked at Xiaoyang with hatred. No matter how they looked at it, they did not like Xiaoyang and did not give Xiaoyang any face. Xiaoyang did not bother to pay attention to them. He took out the Saraira that Pavilion Lord Buddha had given him. This Saraira was a rare treasure. The moment it appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. No one knew what Xiaoyang wanted to do. Chapter 546. Pavilion Master Buddha frowned and thought to himself, "Is this guy going to return the Saraira? If I don't participate in this restoration of the scripture, I'm afraid I won't get anything this time." He could not help but shake his head and sigh. He was a little disappointed with Xiaoyang. As a young talent, he should have a strong and unyielding heart. How could he give up so easily after being bullied by a few people? On the contrary, Wu Hua and the others' eyes lit up when they saw Xiaoyang's action. They were excited. If Xiaoyang was willing to hand over the Saraira, their chances of getting it would greatly increase. "Humph, Xiaoyang, you know what's good for you. The Saraira is an object of great virtue. Only people with great virtue are qualified to have it. Why don't you hand it over quickly?" Wu Hua roared at Xiaoyang proudly. He raised his head arrogantly, thinking that Xiaoyang was sensible enough to compromise. Several disciples of the Buddha Pavilion next to him also smiled with contempt in their eyes. They looked at Xiaoyang disdainfully, thinking that Xiaoyang was easy to bully. Otherwise, how could he be defeated in a few words? "Xiaoyang, you don't have the benevolence of a saint. You'd better give up the Saraira. A sacred object like the Saraira is naturally owned by the virtuous. Why be greedy?" "Yes, I think senior brother Wu Hua has the character of great virtue. He is the best owner of the Saraira. This is inevitable. Senior brother Wu Hua's attainments in Buddhism are profound. He will certainly play a great role in the restoration of the scripture. Once the scripture is restored, he will be immortalized. His contribution will not go unnoticed." Pavilion Master Buddha smiled and narrowed his eyes. He was very pleased with the performance of these disciples of the Buddha Pavilion. He looked at Xiaoyang and said calmly, "Xiaoyang, Wu Hua is indeed popular. As the senior brother of the Buddha Pavilion, he is not only qualified, but more importantly, his attainments in Buddhism and talent." Xiaoyang simply had this behavior, but he never opened his mouth to explain anything. Now that he heard their words, he couldn't help but sneer. The more these people looked down on him and hoped that he would hand over the Saraira, the more Xiaoyang would not hand it over. He said coldly, "This Saraira looks pretty good, so I'll reluctantly accept it." As he spoke, he kept the Saraira back into his storage ring. The reason he did this was to stimulate their minds, and he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. Didn't these people look down on Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang was deliberately finding fault with them and making them feel stifled. "Xiaoyang, you? Stubborn and shameless. Damn it, despicable. You have no self-awareness at all." Curses came out of their mouths, and they were all strongly criticizing Xiaoyang. Pavilion Master Buddha's eyes were filled with anger. If Pavilion Master Buddha wasn't here, he would have exploded. Pavilion Master Buddha didn't have any special emotions. Looking at Xiaoyang's behavior, he just smiled and didn't take it to heart. He said, "Okay, the time to restore the scriptures was originally set 3 days ago. It's time to start now." He led everyone to the ancient bell in the ancient tower. The ancient bell was 10 meters long and weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. It was surrounded by colorful light and released a vicissitude aura. Pavilion Master Buddha explained, "The incomplete scriptures are recorded in this ancient bell. After generations of hard work, we have also recorded many scriptures from the ancient bell. Now, you all surround the ancient bell, and I will ring it. As for how many scriptures you see, it will depend on your luck and fortune. I will compare all the scriptures you have recorded with the records of the predecessors. Get ready. Adjust your state. Begin." After Pavilion Master Buddha shouted, he slowly channeled his cultivation. Then he raised his hand and slammed it on the ancient bell. Suddenly, the ancient bell let out a shocking sound. The sound was grand and loud. The moment people heard it, their minds were shaken. It was as if they were attracted by the sound of the bell and brought into another environment. At this moment, Xiao Yang's mind was completely immersed in the sound of the bell. In the sound of the bell, he saw the existence of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. These Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were all shining with golden light. They were very compassionate as they preached scriptures to all living beings. Xiao Yang remembered Pavilion Master Buddha's instructions. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately focused on recording the scriptures. The scriptures appeared quickly and dissipated quickly as well. In just 2 breaths of time, the countless scriptures were about to dissipate and the light gradually dimmed. At this moment, the bell rang for the second time. With this second ring, the scriptures that were about to dissipate were instantly restored to their original state. Moreover, some new scriptures appeared. Xiao Yang didn't stop recording. He didn't miss a single word. After he had almost completely memorized it, new scriptures appeared once again. At the end of the recording, he reached the sentence, "Believe and accept, leave with a ceremony." The moment he finished recording, the bell stopped ringing, and the scripture stopped as well. Xiao Yang was still immersed in the illusion. He repeatedly memorized the scriptures that appeared before, afraid that he would miss a word. Around Xiao Yang, Wu Hua and the others had already woken up. Senior brother Wu Hua is amazing. He only woke up after the 3rd ring. We don't have such good talent. We only woke up after the 1st ring. Eldest senior brother deserves to be called eldest senior brother. He must be able to record the complete scriptures. That's for sure. If eldest senior brother can't record it completely, then Xiao Yang, who is still sleeping, can't do it. The disciples of the Buddhist pavilion were discussing the matter, and some of them were even laughing. When they looked at Xiao Yang, their eyes shone with ridicule. Even Wu Hua, who was the most talented, woke up when the bell rang for the 3rd time. Xiao Yang was still sleeping. He had stopped ringing for quite a while when the bell rang for the 7th time. It seemed that he had fallen asleep. Wu Hua glanced at Pavilion Master Buddha and said calmly, "Pavilion Master, I think this matter is over. This is the scriptures that I have recorded. Please take a look." He reprinted the scriptures on a jade slip and handed it to Pavilion Master Buddha. Pavilion Master Buddha took it very carefully. Then he also took the jade slips from the other disciples. His gaze swept over Xiao Yang, and he looked a little hesitant. The deputy Pavilion Master snorted. He didn't look very optimistic about Xiao Yang. He said calmly, "Come on, we should go. Don't count on him." He had never counted on Xiao Yang. It was a pity that Xiao Yang had taken the Saraira. Pavilion Master Buddha hesitated and said, "No hurry. Let's take a look at Wu Hua and the other scriptures first. You can also help with the reference." Chapter 547. He took out the scriptures recorded by the predecessors and released his divine sense to read the scriptures recorded by Wu Hua and the others. Apart from the scriptures recorded by Wu Hua, the other scriptures recorded by Wu Hua were not worth mentioning. His face was full of disappointment, and he simply gave up. "Well, Wu Hua, very good. The remnant scriptures on this ancient bell have been recorded. We can continue to add to the ones that have not been recorded by the predecessors." Pavilion Leader Buddha glanced at Wu Hua with gratification in his eyes, and his brows relaxed a lot. Although he had not been able to completely record the remnant scriptures of the ancient bell so far, At least this was a huge improvement. After all, this matter could not be rushed and could only continue to wait for the successors to add to it. I will not hesitate to contribute to the Buddha Pavilion. It is my mission to promote Buddhism. This is what Wu Hua should do, Wu Hua said modestly with a smile. Then he changed his tone and mocked. On the contrary, it is some people who do not do a good job and eat and drink. This is not good. Of course, he was targeting Xiaoyang. If he could get the Saraira in Xiaoyang's hands, his cultivation could be further improved. The deputy pavilion leader was also fighting for Wu Hua. He said to pavilion leader Buddha, "Yes, pavilion leader. Instead of giving the Saraira to someone who does not cherish it, it is better to give it to someone who needs it. This way, the Saraira's effect can be maximized. I believe the predecessor of this Saraira would be happy." Pavilion leader Buddha was a little hesitant. He could not bring himself to take back what he had given away. He said slowly, "Don't worry. Let's wait and see." This made the deputy pavilion leader and Wu Hua happy. This meant that there was hope. Their eyes fell on Xiaoyang. After waiting for a long time, Xiaoyang did not wake up. This made Wu Hua and the others a little impatient. "Senior brother Wu Hua, why don't I wake him up? Don't you know where this is? How could he fall asleep here?" One of the disciples of the Buddha Pavilion was dissatisfied and said unhappily. Wu Hua nodded in tacit agreement. The reason why Xiaoyang hadn't woken up for so long was because he was constantly perfecting the incomplete scripture. He had already recorded the incomplete scripture of the ancient bell, but it would take some time to completely perfect this scripture. He began to recall all the scriptures he had seen before according to this incomplete scripture, especially the many scriptures he had encountered in the secret realm of the Buddha Pavilion. Then he tried to find the corresponding scripture from the thousands of scriptures of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Sure enough, he found it. He was now perfecting and supplementing the sutra based on his memory, and he was nearing the end. "Hey, Xiaoyang, you're still sleeping. Why aren't you waking up? What are we waiting for?" The Buddha Pavilion disciple walked in front of Xiaoyang and shouted at him. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't wake up, he reached out and touched Xiaoyang. However, the moment his hand touched Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang's body suddenly emitted thousands of rays of Buddhist light. There was also a force that directly pushed the disciple away. Wow, what's going on? When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't dare to believe it. Xiaoyang was just an ordinary disciple of a sect. He hadn't even joined the Buddha Pavilion. How could he release so many rays of Buddhist light? This was too unbelievable. This is the rhythm of a Buddhist scripture's completion. As a pavilion master, the Buddha Pavilion master had seen many things. He recognized Xiaoyang's vision at a glance and couldn't help but feel shocked and excited. Even his breathing became rapid. This meant that Xiaoyang had not only recorded the incomplete scripture of the ancient bell, but also deduced and supplemented it. Otherwise, how could there be so many rays of Buddhist light? Similarly, the deputy pavilion master was also shocked. His eyes and mouth were wide open, and he looked dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. Wu Hua and the others were also shocked, followed by jealousy and hatred. Even they didn't get such treatment. How could Xiaoyang get it? They felt extremely unbalanced. This is simply evil. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Yes. Only evil people can do this kind of magic. Real Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are just like ordinary people. In the end, it still depends on whether he has the real ability. As long as he has cultivation, he can easily make a vision. Wu Hua and the others discussed one after another. They all doubted and denied Xiaoyang's achievement. Even the deputy pavilion master denied it flatly. He said, "Pavilion master, the Saraira is very important. In the end, it still depends on the ability. Don't be deceived by a gorgeous illusion." The pavilion master's face immediately turned cold. He couldn't be more clear about what these people were thinking. It wasn't like he hadn't seen such a vision before. How could he not know whether it was real or fake? He didn't need these people's help. As soon as he saw this group of people, he became angry. They had no ability but were jealous. He immediately scolded. Enough, I have my own plan. Stop talking. After he said that, many people rushed over from all directions. Among them were the pavilion master. They were all attracted by the thousands of rays of Buddhist light. Greetings, pavilion master and deputy pavilion master. When the pavilion master and the disciples of the pavilion arrived, they immediately bowed. Why are you here? The deputy pavilion master asked. Today was an important day to restore the ancient bell scriptures. It was reasonable to say that they should focus on peace and quiet. The pavilion master and the others answered, We saw the Buddhist light appear. Out of curiosity, we came to see what was going on. Behind them, there were people coming one after another. In less than 10 breaths, there were more than 100 people, almost all of whom were disciples of the pavilion of Buddha. For disciples who believed in Buddhism like them, it was normal to be attracted by the Buddhist light. There was no need to scold them. Isn't this Xiaoyang? Why is he here? The Buddhist light is released from him? This is amazing, amazing. Could it be that Xiaoyang is destined to be with Buddha? He is not a disciple of the pavilion of Buddha. When the pavilion master saw Xiaoyang, who was 10 feet away, he couldn't help but be surprised and asked in confusion. When they saw that Xiaoyang was next to the ancient bell and remembered that today was the day to restore the ancient bell scriptures, many of them immediately felt relieved. Then they smiled and said slowly, So he has perfected the scriptures. This is amazing. Many disciples of the pavilion of Buddha smiled when they knew that Xiaoyang had perfected the scriptures. Buddhism was the most important thing to them. They would respect and love those who could perfect Buddhism. When the deputy pavilion master heard the discussion of the pavilion master and the others, he was displeased and snorted, Don't talk nonsense. This is just a vision. Whether he has perfected the scriptures or not depends on his final results.